Are recording, or are we recording?
I believe, yes, PCT has got it, so we're good on that.
Okay, great. All right, welcome everybody to Tuesday, November 16th, City Council meeting. And our meeting tonight is in two segments. The first, now at 6 o'clock, is a special meeting to receive an update on the Coastside Recovery Initiative. And then at 7 o'clock, we'll have our regular meeting. And I forgot to start our meeting with asking Victor, apologies, Victor, to explain our Spanish interpretation services for those who would like to participate and listen to our meeting in Spanish. So take it away, Victor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Buenas tardes. Les queremos dejar saber que esta reunión hoy será interpretada en el español. Para poder acceder al canal de audio, usted tendrá que hacer clic en un botón de interpretación que es un icono de un globo o un icono de un mundo que aparecerá en el fondo de su pantalla a mano derecha en la barra de tareas de Zoom. Después de eso aparecerá un menú y entonces usted podrá seleccionar su idioma. Gracias. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Victor. And for those who would like to take advantage of that, you can now see the icon on the bottom of your screen, and it says interpretation, and just click on that. Thank you. All right, great. Let's have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Rarbeck?
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Here.
Councilmember Penrose?
Here.
Vice Mayor Reddick?
Here.
And Mayor Brownstone?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. So we will start this meeting. We will have a staff report, and then I'll see how many people we have, and we may just start with public comment after that, and then engage in council member dialogue. So why don't we start with our staff report?
Great. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, and community. My name is Karen Decker, and I am the project manager for the Coastside Recovery Initiative. With me here tonight is my amazing partner on this journey, Erica Wood. She is your economic development consultant, and we are excited to bring forth this update, including 15 recommendations. They represent the conclusion of the planning phase for the Coastside Recovery Initiative and the culmination of many months of hard work by our task force members. So sincerely, a big thank you for this opportunity to present this information in this special meeting. And thank you for prioritizing economic development, which made this project possible. This time, if you'll bear with me, I'll just share screen. Okay. And can I just get a confirmation that you can, a thumbs up that the screen is visible, the PowerPoint? Great. Thank you. Okay, so jumping right into goals. These are the two project goals that you have seen from the beginning. If we hope to help businesses recover from the economic impacts of COVID, we first needed to understand those needs and learn more about what businesses are going through. Regarding the second bullet, I'd like to elaborate on what we mean by equitable. So we know the pandemic devastated tourism and hospitality, restaurants and small businesses, which are the industries that make up the majority of the coastside economy. But on an individual and family level, we know that COVID plunged those who were already vulnerable into a crisis mode. So amid these realities, the regional cost of living is nearly 80% higher in San Mateo County than the US average. And if we hope to be a vibrant and resilient coastside economy that is well prepared for the shocks that we know are coming, we need to wrap our arms around and be honest about an economy that works for everyone. Rather than reintroduce these guiding principles, I will just speak on a few themes and takeaways. All of these principles surfaced and resurfaced throughout the work. Some helped inform project decisions like designing the application for the task force or the decision to invite Dr. Chris Benner to kick off the open house with the Solidarity Economics Framework, because that would help prioritize how the work gets done and it would keep equity at the forefront. Other principles came up because of opportunities that we could not have anticipated in the beginning, like the Our Voice pilot with the Stanford Prevention Research Center, which brought innovation, or the Make It Main Street series that was the vision of Erin Tormey and her talented crew, which made for more immediate wins. So all that to say, these principles were not something to check off of a list and mention at kickoff and then move on from. They were visited and they were revisited, frankly, to bring integrity to this process. Here you see an overview of that process, the kickoff at the open house, the establishment of the brand and the task force, the multiple sources of data like the key informant interviews and the focus groups, county survey results, the learning tours, and of course the recommendations themselves. At the open house back in February, you'll recall our keynote speaker, Lenny Mendonça, the former chief economic and business advisor to Governor Newsom. He spoke about why it was an ideal time to plan for recovery. And he also spoke about best practices and said the most successful economic development efforts are those which are community-driven, they're anchored to data, they take into consideration regional connections while also not losing sight of local needs. And then fourth, they are appropriately ambitious in our role of getting to the next economy. So we took the advice of subject matter experts like Lenny to heart, and we're intentional in rooting our process in best practices. Here you see our lovely task force. The task force is a force unto itself. It is diverse. It gave us a multi-dimensional view of our challenges and our opportunities. These task force members were chosen because of their expertise across a wide range of sectors. So we have agriculture, we have law, nonprofit leadership, media, commercial real estate, sustainability and ecology, venture capital, planning commission experience, small business, education, hospitality. They volunteered their time and they graciously shared their knowledge, not just for one event as a volunteer, but the initiative hosted over 20 convenings, most of which were working team meetings. And Erica will elaborate on the types of consideration the task force used when narrowing in on problem statements and then ultimately forming the recommendations. Here's an overview of milestones and timeline. This gives you a picture of how various elements of the initiative played out in terms of time frame. I'll just give you a moment to read it without going through each. I think they're fairly self-explanatory. You will see the months between from April to August, where the working teams were really meeting in earnest. And then we wanted to be nimble and flexible in approach so that we could take advantage of opportunities as they came up, like the Our Voice pilot and the grant application that was recently submitted. Just like we wanted to be open to new opportunities, we also did not want to wait to take action, and we didn't want to wait for the recommendations to be finalized before diving into implementation whenever possible. So I do want to mention some of the preliminary findings, jumping down to Make It Main Street, because a lot of these accomplishments are mentioned in different parts of the presentation. The Make It Main Street series took place from July through November. The goal was to create a vibrant space for local artists to share their talents in a variety of mediums like film and a maker space, music and poetry, while also generating support for local businesses and outreach opportunities for our nonprofits. There was a survey at the last Make It Main Street in November, and over 60% of participants said they would not be downtown at that time were it not for Make It Main Street. Every single survey responder, and there were over 100, said they would like to see Make It Main Street return. So we look forward to bringing more data and outcomes as we learn them. And the other bullet that I just wanted to mention briefly is on making new connections that will advance this work. We said early on that recommendations would be a major and an important outcome, but the secret sauce would be in the relationships and that synergy that happens when you have the right people at the right time with community will. And one of our task force members, who you will hear from toward the end of the presentation, Sophia Lane, created a roundtable focused on workforce development and job opportunities, which was influenced in part by the dialogue and the relationships that were formed within Team Innovate. Dr. Taylor Mendoza, the president of the College of San Mateo, who I understand will be presenting at the City Council meeting this evening, called and said, I heard about this recovery initiative and I want to serve on the task force. What are the needs on the coast and how can I help? Dr. Taylor Mendoza, along with 16 others who represent relationships that this initiative has cultivated, submitted letters of support toward the EDA grant application, which Erica will touch on. And those letters are available in your staff report packet as an attachment. At this point, I would like to turn things over to Erica to take us through the recommendations.
All right. Thank you, Karen. Good evening, Mayor and council members. It's really a pleasure to be with all of you this evening and to be at this point in the initiative where we're turning planning to implementation. I think Karen set the stage really beautifully for the next phase of this presentation, which is to share our recommendations. You know, it did take several months of really hard work, and I want to thank the task force members who were with us along the way. And the work really began with getting clear on what problem we're trying to solve. We used the phrase often in our working team discussions that we can do anything, but not everything. And so the importance of focus was really clear. We then asked task force members to be appropriately ambitious in their thinking and to come up with their big ideas, to consider data sources that could support those big ideas, timing, and also resource considerations. And then we took those ideas and we validated them through interviews, through focus groups, through stakeholder conversations to become the final set that you see in your staff report. I want to emphasize that at this point, it's important to know the recommendations really focus on the what and not the how. That's really the next work ahead for us. And I'm only going to touch on a few this evening. I could talk for a long, long time about all the work that took place over many months, but I want to focus on a few key examples. And you'll see them numbered on the slides in the order that they're numbered on your staff report. So we'll kick off with Team Eco. This team identified two critical challenges that were important. The first being that the coastside struggles to effectively utilize natural assets as a driver for economic growth. And then another important challenge that this team identified is that the future of agricultural operations on the coastside is really in jeopardy. And some of the specific data points that were discussed along the way, beginning with this first one, is that there are at least 8 different agencies along the coast that have a role in managing and stewarding our public lands and open spaces that can result in inconsistent rules, redundancies, poor signage, challenges with trash. We had a lot of conversation about trash, and just missed opportunities, generally speaking. And then if we look at our ag lands in particular, there has been a 30% drop in production value between 2019 and 2020, which is not insignificant. And the realities of climate change have only compounded the challenges. PG&E, as all of you know, has categorized parts of our region as high risk for wildfires. And shutoffs, power shutoffs, can be triggered a lot more easily. And for one local farm, what a shutoff translates to is a loss of $10,000 when they can't do their milking. So significant issues. The data really affirm one of the quotes that I pulled from an interview conversation, which is that we need to prioritize investing in our natural environment. We prioritize investments in other types of infrastructure like roads and bridges. We need to prioritize investments in our national infrastructure, and then that can lead to multiple benefits. So the recommendations from this team included this first one, which is that we really need a network approach. We need to bring together those 8 agencies that I talked about, and potentially others as needed, to work together on a regular basis around a shared agenda and priorities to achieve economic, environment, and climate mitigation related benefits. And some of the specific examples to make this more tangible include things like coordination on signage to help a visitor who may come to enjoy our beach know how to get to places to shop and eat on the coast side. This could include things like creating a conservation corps, which could be a source of jobs and training for the next generation of environmental stewards, and other opportunities related to the restoration economy. And then the second recommendation relates to farming and the need for increased collaboration, training, and support for our farming community across farming styles, across generations. There's a lot that's embedded in this recommendation, and I'll talk about 2 important aspects specifically. First is looking at the future of farming and advances in things like ag tech and regenerative farming. There's some amazing work happening on the coast, pilot efforts, one that we got to take a tour of at the mushroom farm in Pescadero. They're experimenting with new forms of energy, solar, microgrids. It's amazing. But we need to ensure that the efforts of these pilots can really be scaled and that the benefits can be shared broadly. And then a second important aspect of this recommendation is the farmers and the people who work the lands, and that we can create opportunities for immigrant and communities of color from being farm workers to becoming farm owners, and making sure we're providing the financial and the technical assistance that will enable that shift to occur. There's some really exciting worker cooperative models that I had a chance to explore in conversations and in interviews, and really excited to bring those forward as part of this work. So as we consider places, our next team, Vibrant, had as their focus, how do we make more vibrant commercial and community spaces? They honed in on 2 particular places, Half Moon Bay and Pescadero, as opportunity locations. I should say that the harbor was also considered, but the harbor was going through its own master planning process. So our team focused on Half Moon Bay and Pescadero. And they really used this framework, which you see on the screen, and I think is helpful, that vibrant spaces are both places that have a focus on commerce and facilitating the exchange of goods and services. And they're also places that focus on community and places that facilitate the exchange of shared value, of traditions, culture, and experiences. And it's that nexus between those 2 that is a vibrant space, a place where people want to be. So those concepts really guided the development of the recommendations, which I'm sharing now. The first being to redesign the streetscape on Heritage Main Street. And that would do a number of things: improve mobility, economic activity, overall vibrancy. And I should say that this is not an easy thing. It's a significant project with most likely a 5 to 10 year time horizon, but there's momentum. There's momentum to support this kind of work and build on the great planning work that's been done by Jill and her team in community development for the town center. And it builds on projects that are already in the pipeline and underway, like the amazing Carter Park transformation. The second recommendation recognizes that as much as places of business include locations like this one showed here, downtown Main Street, there's also an opportunity to support and incentivize local businesses to bring their services to other places where people congregate. I have a daughter who's a soccer player. We're often down at the Cunha soccer fields on the weekends, as are a lot of other families. So how could we bring local business to those places? And that might take the form of a food truck. It could take the form of other creative entrepreneurship types of opportunities, pop-ups, thinking about, frankly, other ways that goods and services can be delivered beyond brick and mortar facilities. So excited about that second recommendation. Moving on to Team Thrive. They too focused on not one, but two big challenges. The first being the challenges faced by businesses and small businesses in particular, and doing whatever it takes to ensure they can survive and thrive. And those faced by our nonprofit safety net providers. So again, some specific data points that illuminate why the problem is important. The county conducted a survey recently, and over half of the coastside businesses that participated indicated that if economic conditions worsened, they'd only be operational for 6 months or less. 2/3 of those same businesses indicated that they had to reduce employee hours or permanently eliminate positions between March 2020 and June of this year. I should note that these two data points are based on a relatively small sample of coastside businesses, but they're important illustrative data nonetheless, and they're consistent with other trends that we know in terms of small business impacts. And the quote, again, from one of my interviews, it's so lonely. These challenges create loneliness for business owners because they cannot talk to their customers. They don't want to bring their customers down or turn them away. And they can't talk to their employees because their employees would be worried about losing their jobs. So then looking at some of the data around what the nonprofit providers are dealing with and those that are providing safety net services, one of our nonprofit organizations served 4,000 people. And that same organization provided over $250,000 in rental assistance from their agency funds. And in focus groups, we heard loud and clear that we cannot forget about the people that our nonprofits serve, our most vulnerable, those who have been hardest hit, who have felt the impacts of the pandemic. And again, this ties back to our guiding principles and our commitments to equity and inclusion that Karen talked about. So in terms of recommendations from this team, we were really fortunate to have small business owners and nonprofit leaders helping us formulate these two in particular, one of which is to create a small business assistance center at the Chamber of Commerce. That would provide an array of free consultation, advisory, educational services for local businesses to help meet their immediate needs, but also some of their longer-term needs. And I just want to give a nod to Crystalline Geet, the CEO of the Chamber, who has been a partner all along the way. I know she is very excited about advancing work on this recommendation. It's already started, and she may want to share some comments at the appropriate time. And then the second recommendation here is to strengthen the capacity of our safety net providers to meet the needs of those who are most vulnerable, and to connect them to rental assistance, to financial assistance, to other types of public benefits that they may be eligible for. I should say that I heard sobering, heartbreaking stories in interviews and focus groups around need. And at the same time, I heard incredible stories of resilience, of what our nonprofit providers are doing to bring services to those who are most isolated, like our farm worker communities, by waiving income requirements and thresholds for certain services, and even creating things like a mercado where people can sell goods to bolster their income. So I want to underscore that this recommendation recognizes that nonprofits have a critical role to play in creating an equitable, vibrant economy. They need more resources. They need more capacity to support our essential service workers, who in turn help run our economy. And as important as it is to think about the businesses and the nonprofits that exist today and that are here, we also had important conversations about what's next. And Team Innovate focused on recommendations to look ahead and think about the next economy. And really excited to note that they came up with a recommendation around creating a business incubator for new startup and early stage businesses. to really help spur regional innovation, build our entrepreneurship capacity, and support business and job growth. This was hugely important in our team discussions. And I should note that incubators are not a new concept. They've been around, but we have a chance to really do something unique and exceptional. We have a chance to create a model that's going to harness our region's unique assets and industries. We've got ag, we've got regenerative ag, we've got fishing and a harbor. We've got an airport that could be a hub for artificial intelligence and drone technology. So these are the kinds of industry spaces where an incubator might have a really nice fit. Moreover, one of the things that I think would make this incubator unique and exceptional is that it would support entrepreneurs who care not just about profit and growth, but who care about people and the planet. So really honing in on businesses that have values around a triple bottom line. And while the incubator would be designed to address the challenges that all entrepreneurs face, we'd also have a particular focus on women, on immigrant, on minority-led startup and early stage businesses. So excited about that one. And then the final recommendation, which I'll share this evening, is about expanding access to vocational training and higher education opportunities and bringing those services back to the coast. This recommendation really acknowledges that vulnerable residents like dislocated workers and first-time college goers lack access to social capital and the kinds of professional networks that all of us take for granted, frankly. And these gaps of awareness in employment and career service resources can have a profound effect on the trajectory of a young person's life or a worker's life. So we need services that are easy to navigate, that there's kind of this no wrong door network of support that academia, labor, vocational, and adult school providers can make available so that we have people who can be part of the next labor market and the next economy. So, represented a lot of work, but no sooner had we started to dust off the recommendations and check them off our list when this amazing, exciting, highly competitive, ambitiously timed grant opportunity came our way through the Economic Development Administration, which is a bureau of the U.S. Department of Commerce. And they had their Build Back Regional Challenge grant opportunity that was issued. And effectively, this grant opportunity is about supporting transformational economic development strategies in distressed communities. And providing both planning support and implementation support for applicants who are successful. I will say we learned that there were over 520 applicants, but incredibly gratifying to know that the recommendations that are part of the Coastside Recovery Initiative work that became part of what we proposed in the application were seen as competitive and things that should be put forward in this competition by our local EDA representative. And if you haven't had a chance, I encourage you to take a look at the 17 letters of support that are part of the staff report that were submitted with this application. I think they speak volumes. And whether or not we're successful in getting a grant award through this particular challenge, I have every confidence we will be competitive for many, many grant opportunities down the road. So at this point, I will stop, and we have invited a couple of other speakers to round out what Karen and I have shared.
Bridget, if you wouldn't mind moving Gopi over. Gopi, are you in the audience?
I am, yeah, I'm available. All right, so, wow, that was really wonderful to recapture all our experience, Karen and Erica. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. My name is Gopi Mattel. I'm the general partner of Lifeboat Ventures, a $12 million venture capital fund that creates disaster impact mitigation startups. I'm also a very happy resident of El Granada for more than 20 years. I've really been very pleased to be part of the Coastside Recovery Initiative as a member of its team, member of its Team Innovate group. The CRI has been just such a great forward-looking effort, taking steps to ensure the Coastside recovers from the economic toll of the pandemic. And very importantly, to ensure we can create the next resilient economy. I've been personally involved in a lot of discussions with the team. We've focused on how we would create new industry opportunities, how we will increase entrepreneurial capacity, job growth, better levels of jobs, etc. And that's why I'm so excited about this business incubator concept. The Coastside really has some very unique and amazing assets, like a strong, deep bench of agricultural skills and knowledge and capacity, open spaces, an airport that's underutilized, marine resources, including a harbor. This is a very unusual set of assets to leverage. This business incubator can really build on these specific assets and address the threats we can foresee, such as droughts, wildfires, sea rise, and other impacts from climate change. I've seen business incubators transform the lives of emerging entrepreneurs and their communities. And many other cities have utilized this method to proactively jumpstart the region's economy and make it resilient. I know that with the right support from our administrators and politicians and government, our efforts can take our legacy and emerging industries into the next economy. I really applaud the city for having the leadership to see the need for and investing in the Coastside Recovery Initiative. And particularly, it has been a great experience being a citizen of the Coastside to be involved with something so proactive in conjunction with the city. I really can't wait to get started on the implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gopi. Really appreciate it. I just want to confirm if Nick Erich is in the audience. I know he had an important conflict and there was a chance he was not able to participate. Nick?
I've not seen him in
I
here.
don't see him in the audience.
Okay. In that case, our Deputy City Manager, Matthew Chittister, will read comments from two participants who really wanted to be here but were unable to.
Thank you, Karen. The first thing I'll share is from the owners of The Barn, which is a restaurant in Miramar. It says, "Good evening, City Council. Our names are Joe Klein and Francesca Dobbs. We own and operate The Barn restaurant in Half Moon Bay at the northern end of the city limit on Highway 1 near Marauder Road. We are a small business that has struggled to stay open throughout the constant COVID pivoting over the last 20 months. Many of our friends that have been in the restaurant business their whole lives are closing their doors permanently. With slender margins, the restaurant business is difficult enough without trying to navigate COVID. It's supply and demand issues, increased expenses for products and services, staffing and keeping our staff healthy, and then trying to survive an increase in minimum wage put into place during the height of the pandemic. We would comb the city's website and media looking for advice or assistance daily. We found the Coastside Recovery Initiative online. We were relieved to find out that there was a group working on economic development specifically for Coastside businesses. We were delighted to see familiar faces from the Barn community represented on the task force. We reached out to Karen and Erica to learn more about the initiative. During a time when it was difficult to communicate directly with City Hall, Karen and Erica came to the Barn and we were able to share our challenges and fears in person. They were the bridge that we needed to communicate with the very busy City Council. Then the city's planning department worked with us to continue using the outdoor dining area that we created on the lot south of the Barn. We recently learned that some of our costs are now eligible for reimbursement through a contract amendment of an existing grant between the City of Half Moon Bay and CCAG. It is important to note, this grant was originally proposed to only be used for historic Main Street. Karen and Erica pushed for businesses like ours that are not on Main Street to be able to apply for funds to help cover some of our expenses. It meant a lot to us that restaurants like ours were being considered and are seen as providing a valuable service to those that live in this community. We should be treated the same as businesses on Main Street. Our community genuinely needs more places to gather with family and friends, to eat, laugh, and enjoy life. We want to be there for our community that we love. We deeply appreciate the work of the Coastside Recovery Initiative has taken on. We wish it every success and expect great outcomes. Thank you for your time. Barn Smiles, Joe Klein and Francesca Dobbs. And then the second letter is from Nick Arridge, who is a South Coast resident and serves on the Pescadero Municipal Advisory Council. I'm just going to paraphrase his notes in the interest of time. He was not a task force member, but was engaged with the recovery initiative throughout the entire process. He's close with Irma Rodriguez, who is a South Coast resident that was on the task force, and she helped to ensure that he was kept up to speed with the work that was happening. And together they led a walking tour for task force members in April to point out some of the unique challenges that Pescadero had around economic development and community planning. And I think the highlight of that and the focus of that was a need for a downtown vibrant commercial space where the community could gather and be able to hold different events and really come together. And this is something they've been talking about for decades. It's been something that they've wanted and desired and sought for. And through the efforts of the Recovery Initiative, this project now has real momentum, and there's a high likelihood that the county will be able to acquire the land to do this in downtown Pescadero. And so he just wants to thank the city for its vision and support of this game-changing initiative.
Great. Thank you, Jill and Cheka and Nick via Matthew. Appreciate it. We have one more speaker, Sophia Lane. Sophia?
Hi, everybody. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, and community. My name is Sophia Lane, and I'm a Coastside resident, parent, and Cabrillo Unified School District board member. And I'm really proud to be here this evening as a member of the Coastside Recovery Task Force, specifically Team Innovate. Our working group has had really robust discussions about how to diversify industries on the coast side and how to prepare for the next economy in a way that brings everyone along. That's been really important to all of us, and it's been great to see that that be kind of our North Star in all this work. We have insufficient opportunities for enough higher wage jobs and career growth opportunities on the coast side relative to the high cost of living and housing limitations, and that really limits us all as a whole community. So serving on the task force really put me in the path of other thought partners from industries and backgrounds that are complementary to mine, which I really appreciated, having come from now education and previously in biotechnology. Touring the mushroom farm, which was referenced earlier, and learning about regenerative agriculture prototyping that's occurring there. Multitude of conversations we had about different educational opportunities with stackable certificate programs and an emerging partnership between our school district and CSM called San Mateo. So exciting to have Dr. Taylor Mendoza here tonight as well for a related presentation. So kind of coming up with new creative ways to have students coming out of high school, maybe even in high school, or workers who are new or looking for new opportunities or displaced from other industries, really supporting that diversity of folks to get to places where they can earn higher wages and get them the skills they need to do that would be really, I think, the vision. So this new roundtable that we formed that Karen referenced earlier is really amazing participation and energy from key stakeholders who are doing great work independently in our schools, in our city, in our libraries, in our nonprofits. But it's really been great to pull this group together and form a network that really can make even greater gains by strategizing together around unmet needs, resources, and our funding opportunities and areas of growth. So complex problems and solutions necessitate having the right partners at the right time, rowing in the same direction. And I'm really hopeful that more than ever that we have some really meaningful inroads happening in workforce development on the coast side. And I'm really proud that the list of recommendations that was presented earlier tonight has provided us with a level of readiness to make these projects a reality. So thank you to all.
Okay. Well, I think that completes our presentation.
I think there's one last slide. There's one last slide, okay, Mr. Great. Mayor. I think Karen's probably queuing it up right now that we'll leave you
great.
with.
Thanks, Karen.
Of course.
Matthew and I will, here it is. Matthew and I will take you home with these final 4 thoughts, kind of where we go from here. I would describe these last 4 bullet points. So comprehensive and ongoing vision for economic development. As Karen mentioned at the beginning, this was the planning phase. The planning phase took almost a year, and implementing some of these recommendations, which are bold and some may cost money, may take a while. And what we're going to see, of course, is that implementation of economic development never stops. It's one of the critical functions of city government that we do this. And so I think that's what we'll see as we move into the next phase of this effort coming out of a big pandemic. Second bullet point we'll leave you with, structure and staffing to advance this vision. So obviously it became clear to us as we went through this process how important staffing and resources was as we wind down the volunteer effort, the 17-member task force, and move to how we're going to implement this, the how, as Erica described it, after they came up with the what over the next several years. And so we're toying with the idea, and I think we'll probably be back in front of the council at mid-year or slightly after in the spring, with potentially some new positions and some new structure in City Hall, where we create a division in the city manager's office that focuses more specifically on economic development, so that we make sure that these recommendations and this report and all this good work does not get lost in the shuffle, and we put the effort on the how going forward. And then related to that, the third thought, existing and new investments. As I said, a lot of these recommendations, we only showed you 8 of 15 tonight. They're bold, they're long-term, and some will cost money and require investment both from the city, but also from the nonprofit and the private sector. And so that needs to be recognized. There's lots of opportunity, but the example I'll give is that recall the community voted to increase the transiency occupancy tax last year. That increased occupancy tax from 12% to 15%. The hotel industry, as we know, is such a driver of our economy. And there is a connection, a direct connection between implementing that increase in the tax and putting that money back into this cycle of economic development that makes the city sustain these efforts and continue to be to thrive into the future. So that's one example, and a lot to come there in terms of the money side and the investment that's needed. And with that, I'll leave it to Matthew for final thoughts, and we'll turn it back to the council.
Thank you, Bob, and thanks to Karen and Erica and everyone who's spoken tonight. And thank you to the council for your vision. It was actually like the day that the pandemic became a reality for a lot of us was the day that the council made that firm decision to prioritize economic development. Obviously, at that time, it was framed a little differently, but by making that a priority, we were able to put the resources and energy and time over the last year into this really important effort. And, as we come out of it, there's been a lot of work that's already happened and is already happening around recovery and supporting our small businesses and our community members that have been so impacted by the pandemic. And you'll see a lot of these recommendations are really forward-looking, and they're looking towards the next economy. And, as we get into implementation and the how, that's what's part of that effort will be to figure out what that next economy looks like for us as far as industries and businesses and where they're located and how they're staffed. But I think just as important as we look forward, and what we learned so much from in this really diverse group of individuals that served on the task force, is there's certain things that have to be included in the next economy. And a couple of them I'll mention are one, it really does need to be a regional economy. We already know that the coast side is very interconnected. City limits and jurisdictional boundaries don't mean a lot to the people who live and work on the coast. And we have to think about economic development and the economy regionally, and we have to work together. Everybody needs to invest in the same ways and feel an obligation and a responsibility to invest in and work towards this improved economy in the future. The second thing we learned is that this future economy has to be equitable. We've known that there's always been haves and have-nots here on the coast and everywhere in the Bay Area. But I think the pandemic really exposed that issue. Whether it was the digital divide that we faced as some students very quickly transitioned to virtual classrooms and others had zero resources and zero support at home to make that happen. Whether it's folks who transitioned to working from home and others who could not work until health orders were lifted and they could go back into the workforce. There's so many differences in the way that we work and the way that we live here on the coast. And the pandemic really exposed the haves and the have-nots. And our next economy needs to eliminate the have-nots. It needs to be designed in a way that every person has an equitable opportunity to thrive, to find success, and to weather tough times, because there's always going to be tough times. There's always going to be the next recession. There's always going to be the next natural disaster. And everybody needs to have a fair opportunity to weather those storms and thrive and be able to look forward to a really positive future. And so the work that we do really needs to look at equity and look at making sure that whether it's workforce development or the incubator, the business incubator project, that these things think about folks who have less resources, have less access to education and other opportunities, and make sure we lift them up so that we can all thrive together here on the coast side. And then I think that the other thing we learned is we've always known that tourism and our small businesses and our hotels are the heart of our economy here. Things like the agricultural industry and the fishing industry are legacies and they're part of our community character and our history. But tourism is the machine that drives the coast right now. And that can be great in good times. But the pandemic showed us how much we over-rely on those industries, and we need to find new opportunities to bring our old industries back to life and make them more vibrant and more sustainable here on the coast and actually provide great jobs and great opportunities. And there's other industries out there that we need to discover and find that are a good fit for all the resources we have here. And so there's a lot of work to do, and it's not just for the city. That's the other thing we've made clear through this process is this was a community-driven process, and it's going to be implemented through community-driven opportunities. Our business sector is going to have to look at these recommendations and find ways to implement and move some of these things forward. Government is going to have to prioritize and invest in making these things happen. Our community members themselves are going to have to see that the future of the coast side is driven by a healthy and diverse economy and invest and sacrifice and make these things happen. And so we're really confident that we've got the energy and the connections and the support that we need throughout the community to move these recommendations forward. And I think these recommendations are just a first step to discovering so much more about the opportunities we have here on the coast. Again, I just want to thank Karen and Erica especially. They have put a lot of blood, sweat, and probably a lot of tears into this effort. But I think they've also experienced a lot of satisfaction and pride in knowing that they're really investing in their time and energy into the future of this community. And again, thank you to the City Council for your support and your patience and your confidence and your thoughtfulness as we've gone through this. And we're looking forward to hearing some of your thoughts tonight and in the future as we move this forward. Karen, did you have any final things you wanted to share?
No, I would prefer to return the time back to the council, but just thank you so much. Can't wait to hear your feedback now and ongoing.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to shift into public comments now. Thank you, everybody, and thanks for all the great work. We are running behind. So I am going to ask the public to please raise your hand if you'd like to make a comment. I'm going to ask Bridget to set the timer for, I'm sorry, but only 1 minute. So keep your comments short because I want to have time for council. We're probably going to go over into our next meeting time, which is okay, but want to really get a few public comments in.
So the first person we have is Sandra Winter.
Great.
You're on.
Hello, council members. And I first of all want to thank Karen and Erica for an absolutely amazing facilitation of this very complex process. They did such a good job. And also to thank the City Council for their vision in realizing how important this was. I would say two things is that Erica previously said we can do some things, but we can't do everything. And that also reminds me of an old African saying is that if you want to go far, go alone. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go with others. So I think one of the challenges is that there are so many different activities to carry out. So how to strategically prioritize those, not only within the Coastside Recovery Initiative, but also within things like the Age-Friendly Initiative and the climate resiliency. How do we oversee this so that the community resources get allocated appropriately? Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Appreciate that. Looks like Crystalline is next.
Hello, Crystal Lynn with the Half Moon Bay Coastside Chamber of Commerce. And I just wanted to send out the biggest thank you to the council for moving this forward. And then an even bigger thank you to Karen and Erica and Matthew. They have been the most amazing executive team to work with. And the entire task force has been a group of amazing individuals that we all know that the Coastside has, but they really were passionate about this project. Everything that they said and worked on was completely authentic and true to the Coastside, and I have the utmost confidence that all 15 of the objectives will be eventually met, and it'll make the Coastside stronger. But thank you to Karen and Erica and Matthew for being such great leaders.
Thank you, Crystalline. Next is Belinda Arriaga.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much. I wanted to say thank you to the council and to all of you working on the recovery program. I think this is so needed in our community. And as you all reported today, there's a huge need specifically for ALAs and our Latino community. We've really been hearing about the need to have what we're calling like side hustles or side jobs, because what they're doing, in their regular jobs, working so hard and having two jobs, like they really need extra income to be able to make it even be above and beyond those jobs. So we're opening up a Sueño Center, which means dreams, to try and do like micro business, working to have like technology, somewhat of like a digital space to be able to also teach skills in technology or in media, having mothers make their own products so they can sell. I shared this with Erica a little bit, and I appreciate, Erica, all your feedback and reporting out. And so we're hoping to be able to get funding for some of this business entrepreneur / technology that will really give an opportunity for folks to increase skills and increase opportunity for economic growth, especially given the high cost of living. And it's so important. And we also just see the need for the basic needs that continue to grow here on the Coastside. And it was the pandemic.
Belinda. Belinda, time's up. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay. We'll now close public comment and open it up for staff questions and deliberation. Who would like to go first? I think I saw Councilmember Penrose earlier had her hand up. And then we'll go with Councilmember Jimenez and Councilmember Rohrbeck.
You're muted. Councilmember Penrose, you're muted.
A wonderful presentation. Thank you all. Thank all of you for working as hard as you did on it. I was really pleased to see the word equity being used and being used so frequently, and throughout all of the discussions in each of the teams, equity seemed to be incredibly important, and it's vital. If we are not equitable, we could forget about it. The second point I want to say is that I was really impressed that we are finally engaging our community in a way that I think is really meaningful. It's not about coming to council meetings and having your 2-minute say. It's about joining in and doing the hard work of a task force. But the benefit to the city is that we learn and we grow because of it. The staff alone cannot come up with a program or with a plan or with even just an idea the way our general community can. We've got so many talented people out there, so many people from different businesses and different backgrounds with different kinds of education and different input. So bravo, let's keep the community involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Penrose. Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you. Great presentation. Karen, Erica, Matthew, great job. You know, I'm very, very happy with the presentation today. It's something that I've been looking forward to what is going on with the economic recovery. I also want to share with you, there was one of the slides that it was Team Eco. I want to share with you, 2018, the Latino Advisory Council in Half Moon Bay came up with a vision, Rancho San Benito Farming Co-op. It was presented back in 2018, I remember the month. I want to inform you that Rancho San Benito, it is now incorporated into the state. It has submitted their application for a 501c3. They're going to be starting pretty soon. Rancho San Benito also received starting money grant from the county of San Mateo under Measure K. So this is an ongoing program, something that we've been looking forward to, to seeing in our community. One of the things that Matthew mentioned is about preserving, the legacy, our heritage of farming in the coast, conserving our open spaces, making sure we give the opportunity, to people to start their own business. And that's what Rancho San Benito vision is, to help as farm workers, one of the groups, and other essential workers to start their own farming business here in the coast. As you know, we have a lot of open land that it's actually has great access for farming, and with this opportunity, it's a starting point for our community in the coast. Rancho San Benito will be serving the whole coast, from Montero to Pescadero, but he was born here in Half Moon Bay. So I'm very happy to announce that, and looking forward to working with you and sharing more with you. I believe the board is talking about doing an article. They will be contacting Half Moon Bay Review, so they can share more with you about when they're planning to start. Happy to announce that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jimenez. Councilmember Rohrbeck.
That's wonderful news, Joaquin. I'm really happy that something I've followed, and I really think will make a difference for a lot of farm workers who are going to become farm owners, I hope. I'll be very brief. There were a lot of recommendations that were interesting, but I just want to point out one, because most of the recommendations are relatively long-term. Some could take a decade to implement. But the one thing that I think is really important is that we do increase our resources for the safety net agencies, because that's immediate. Puente, Alas, Coastside Hope, we need to get more resources to them because they're doing God's work now, and they're very, very much needed. So that's where I think our immediate resources should go into. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rohrbeck. Councilmember, again, Vice Mayor Ruddock, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I agree with Harvey. I think that getting resources to our nonprofit community is really important, but also building capacity to do the work that's that they've been formed to do, and do it more effectively, and be able to access resources, have board development, that sort of thing. I think the nonprofit community needs to be a very strong pillar in everything we do in the city. I liked the focus on workforce development and skill building. I like the focus on under-resourced populations. I think that's really, really important as well. And it ties in with the foundation of our economy, which is, agriculture, retail, small business, that sort of thing. So I think that's on point there. I really would have liked to see things detailed out more, and I'm hoping like that's the next step. So not just, broad high-level goals, but refining those goals, making them more specific, having specific strategies, tactics, dollars assigned, responsible parties, that sort of thing. So, if we are going to implement, we need a roadmap to implementation, and that means more detail. So very happy about the community-driven approach. I'm very happy that we're focused on collaboration among stakeholders to drive this. I would like to see more business people involved going forward. But I think we need to really, drill down on specifics, and a few specifics rather than, a broad palette of things we might do. Things that are the most achievable, the low-hanging fruit, and then build on those. So that's what I'm interested in seeing next, is having all these things detailed out, so we know, exactly what the language means and how to get there. So thanks for all your hard work. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Ruddock. I think everything I could have said has already been said. I will just say that I just really enjoyed, again, the participation and the brain trust that was put together and facilitated by Erica and Karen. And obviously it's a group that, we can go back to folks since we know what their interests and strengths were. They in turn interviewed other folks. So I think we're really spreading a broad net of expertise and folks who are committed and motivated to see a lot of these initiatives through. I like what Councilmember Penrose said about the focus on equity. And Erica, I really loved that you were thinking in advance of how to set things up for future grants. And the fact that, the EDA grant and interest really is a great metric of the quality of the work that you already put together and the letters of support, et cetera. So that's really fantastic, very strategic, and really appreciated all that amazing work. Okay, so we are now closing the first part of our meeting today, which we did go a little bit over time here. So fantastic work, everybody. And I know we've already, so thank you also for the indulgence and patience of those who've been joining at 7 o'clock for our 7 o'clock meeting. And I think we're going to take a break at 8, a little longer break, but I wouldn't mind just going into it. So now, do I need to call a roll call again at this point? Yes, I do, don't I?
Yeah,
Great. That's what I thought. So want to check, can we have another roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Rohrbeck?
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Here.
Councilmember Penrose?
Here.
Vice Mayor Ruddock?
Here.
And Mayor Brownstone?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Great. So we're now going to open up for public forum.
Mr. Mayor, I would also suggest that you ask Victor to announce interpretation services again for this meeting.
Thank you so much for that reminder. Okay, let's see, can we have another explanation for those who would like to participate in our meeting in Spanish for our Spanish language interpretation service? So Victor, if you can please.
Certainly, Mayor. Thank you so much. Buenas noches. Una vez más, les queremos dejar saber que esta reunión será interpretada en el español. Para poder acceder al canal de audio, usted tendrá que hacer clic en el botón de interpretación que está al fondo de su pantalla, mano derecha. Es un icono de un globo o un mundo en su barra de tareas. Y después aparecerá un menú donde usted entonces podrá seleccionar su idioma. Gracias. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Victor. So we'll now start our public forum, and I realize there's folks who might be joining us for the first time, so just a few guidelines on the public forum. During the public forum, you can make a comment on anything and everything that is not on our agenda. So for example, what is on our official agenda is a conversation on our public electrification ordinance, on our electrical vehicle and photovoltaic system reach codes, and a resolution around vaccinations. So you will have a chance when we reach those parts of the agenda to comment on it, but not now. You can, if there's a clarification question on anything on the consent calendar, you can comment on that, but that's it. Okay, so just want to make sure everyone understands that. Save your comments on the agendized items for later in our agenda. So if anyone has any other comments about anything else, you can raise your hand now. I'm going to give this a minute.
We do have.
Because we have 86 attendees. So the way to raise your hand is to click on that participant icon on the bottom of your screen and find your name, and you will see an opportunity to raise your hand. So I'm going to give it another minute here. All right. Well, 1, 2. All right, I see 2 hands up. Let's.
Mayor Brownstone, just not to interrupt. We have a few people on phone as well, and that's *6 to believe raise your hand and unraise. So I don't know.
Okay. Thank you for letting those folks know.
But then it's a different type of resource. So
yeah, I see 3 folks up there. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. I'm gonna get crazy. Let's set the clock for 2 minutes.
Okay.
See what happens, and there'll be plenty of comments later. Okay. We can start with Virginia. Welcome, Virginia.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff. I just have a bit of a question. There's a real estate project, a remodel of a home at 201 Myrtle that just seems to be interminable in terms of duration. I understand there have been delays, in getting some construction materials, but during the storms, the fences blow over, and it just seems like it's random when people show up to do any work on the house. For example, 4 weeks ago, they did about a quarter of the roof. No roofing company has ever shown up since. And when they did, part of the remodel and they were removing a lot of the siding and extracting, they were just doing it endlessly. They'd come one day, do all the grinding, come weeks later, do it again, come weeks later, do another little section. You know, it's been a year. And all of that does is create dust, you know, at a silt level. And it just, all the neighboring homes, you know, get stuck with all the residue that just blows our way. It just seems to me that there needs to be some oversight that projects have a timeline. And if there are delays in receiving materials, they could be extended. But at some point, this needs to end.
Okay. Well, thank you, Virginia. We're not going to answer that right now, but I'll have Bob. Did you want to
Mr. Mayor, I've already made a note.
You made a note, great.
I'll have someone in our community development department look into it and get back to Virginia.
Fantastic. All right. Thank you very much, Virginia. Appreciate that. Terry Leahy is next.
Hi, my name is Terry Leahy. Thank you very much for taking my comments. I have two areas that I think would assist the city a lot. One was considered a long time ago, and that is delivering recycled water to the golf course and to other places in the community that could use recycled water. We're in a time period where our extreme drought is causing a major crisis in water coming from the Sierra and our other water sources. So my question is, can the city pursue recycled water again? My second question is, I would propose that the city consider creating a parking lot on the city-owned lot between Spanish Town and Stone Pine Development, allowing visitors who want to go downtown to Main Street to either take a shuttle or walk. Specifically not allowed cars between that parking lot and Main Street, but create a parking lot that would be low invasive, allow more parking for the businesses downtown, and reduce the traffic at our intersections. And so those are my 2 points. I'd love to have the city pursue those 2 things. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Terry, for your comments and suggestions. Okay, that's it. We will now end our public forum and we will launch into the rest of our agenda. Thank you very much for those who participate in the public forum. Okay. Let's move into proclamations and presentations. And our first presentation is an update from Mid-Coast Community Council. And who will be making that presentation this evening?
I believe Claire is, and she's coming in currently.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, I didn't see her.
Yeah, she should be.
There she is.
En route. There she is.
Great. Welcome, Claire. We are looking forward to your update. Thank you very much for coming tonight.
Thank you. Good evening. We have just a couple of updates. Well, 3, I guess. One is that the Connect the Coast Side's final draft has been released with the addition of some land use ideas, mostly involving lot mergers. So that's going to be ready to go to the Coastal Commission. There's also an update regarding the El Granada wildfire resilience planning scoping project. The county and RDC has contracted with Panorama Consulting firm to help put that project together. And they're seeking input from the community, which I'm sure will be forthcoming. And then the last thing is the Murata Bridge. The county has been working on redesign and working with the Coastal Commission to make sure that it fits all their criteria. It looks as though things are actually at a point where they will start being able to work on that. They're hoping to start working on it early in like January with a hopeful date of reopening the bridge of late summer of 22. So we'll hope for that. And that's basically what we have tonight. Be happy to take any questions or comments.
Questions or comments from council? I don't see any hands raised. All right, thank you again for coming this evening, Claire, and giving us your update. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Our next presentation, great. is on the San Mateo Community College District presentation. And we're lucky to have Dr. Taylor Mendoza presenting today. And welcome, Dr. Taylor Mendoza. And we're really looking forward to this presentation this evening.
Thank you.
Is Lisa also joining the presentation?
Yes, I was going to say we're joined by our trustee, Lisa Patrides, and she just turned on her video. So.
All right. Thank you both for joining us this evening.
You're welcome. And so good evening, Mayor Brownstone and council members, community. Thank you so much for giving us an opportunity to provide some updates about the College of San Mateo and work on our partnerships as we move forward. I also want to thank Karen and Erica for all the work that they've done as well. I remember when I found out about the coastside recovery, I was so excited when we first had the conversation. I think you remember that, Karen, where we talked about workforce development and training and the programs and just all the opportunities we have to partner. So thank you so much for including us and for being and doing the great work. There were a couple of handouts that we provided. So I just wanted to make sure that you received the one flyer in regards to some of the data. Just to go over it a little bit before I start the presentation. So you see an area where it talks about high school take rates, and that just shows you that the number of students who have graduated from the local high schools, and then how many students decided to join the College of San Mateo. You also see tuition, books, and supply costs, and that just gives you a breakdown of what it costs to attend the community college versus the state schools and then the UCs. You also see information where we're talking about enrollments and giving you examples of duplicated and unduplicated. So duplicated means that a student will come to us and often enroll in several courses. And so if a student enrolls in 2 courses, we count that student twice. And then unduplicated is just head count. So I just wanted to go over those terms before beginning the presentation. If you do have questions about the data, please write down your questions and we can address them towards the end. And so right now I'm going to share my screen and begin the presentation. So let me know when you can see my screen. Thank you. Are we all good? Great, wonderful. So once again, thank you so much for having us today. And I'm really excited to be joined by one of our trustees as well. So not only, I've been in the district for about 11 years. I was at College of San Mateo for 6 years, and then I served at the Vice President of Instruction at Skyline College for 4. And so for me, I'm returning home to the College of San Mateo as the president. Also, you should know that I am a coastside resident. I live in the beautiful city of Montara. And so for me, I am listening to the economic recovery plan. I'm very invested, obviously as a community member, but also very invested as the college president in ensuring that we bring education to the coast. So one of the things I like to start off with, and hopefully you all can see my screen, I'll move us over, is our shared priorities. And it was really exciting to see our shared priorities being, of course, workforce development, our shared priorities around issues of equity, and making sure that all have an opportunity to further their situation and circumstance. I love the conversations I heard about upskilling and reskilling, and what does it mean to be a healthy community. I've been doing a lot of research lately on what does it mean to be a healthy community, a vibrant community, and how do we begin to deal with the wealth gap, right? And some of the things that contribute to the wealth gap, whether it's income inequality, housing policies and practices that barge and lock individuals out, limited educational opportunities, and of course, lack of support. And then when it comes to job training, how do we begin to move from jobs that are low wage to livable wage? So it's very exciting to know that the College of San Mateo and Half Moon Bay City Council are on the same page as we work towards solving real world problems for our community. One of the things that's very exciting about the College of San Mateo is we're about to turn 100. And so CSM, as you know, has been a safe place for several community members and families and students. It's so exciting when I go places, I hear, oh, I was a CSM graduate, or I was a CSM, you know, my daughter went there, or my cousin went there. So it's really been a great place and a beacon of hope during economic times and even cultural change and differences. And so as we turn 100, we have an opportunity to learn from our past in order to better serve our community in the future. So we focus on beneficence, excellence, and having a bold future, and having opportunities for individuals who we haven't served in the past. One of the things that we're focusing on and one of our values is that CSM provides a liberatory education to empower all now and for future generation. And so liberatory education by Paulo Freire really speaks to powerful teaching. It speaks to how do you help students begin to have the confidence to go out and be change agents in their own community. And so at CSM, we look at instruction as a way to really help students change their circumstance and really help change future generations. We are interested in serving all zip codes. And so as we look to the coast, serving largely Latinx and migrant families, we want to know how we can better partner to make sure students and families are being served. So some of the shared opportunities we've already talked about, being part of the Coastside Economic Recovery Plan. Thank you once again for that, Karen and Erica. We are part of a Bay Area consortium of 28 colleges, and it's an opportunity for us to plan out our work development to ensure that we have the right programs and curriculum and that we are building a programming that's going to serve our community. And so I think that we're able to really leverage that Bay Area consortium as we move forward when we think of training opportunity, apprenticeships, and internships. Also, instruction and services, dual enrollment. And I'll talk a little bit later about Promise Scholars, career education, and ESL in the community. We've been working with Cabrillo Unified School District, Superintendent Sean McFetridge, to really expand our dual enrollment offerings, and that's going to be really exciting as we move forward. Also, one of the things we're focusing on is we are the community's college. So how do we begin to take the college to the community? So some of you might remember that about 10 or 11 years ago, we did have a Coastside site. And so we are having conversations about how do we begin to bring that back? How do we make really education very visible on the Coastside? And I'll talk a little later about some of the shared concerns we have about transportation. Another one is sustainable and varied partnerships has been really important. One of the things that has been important for me and my leadership team is really better understanding the coast. And so I really embarked on sort of a listening tour to kind of understand what are the needs as we move forward. We also want to prioritize pathways for education. So, you know, from cradle to CSM, how do we begin to make sure that education is valued very, very, very early on? And how do we present those opportunities to the coast? And then, of course, one of the things we've been talking about is workforce development when it comes to local business partnerships, apprenticeships, and curriculum innovation. This chart right here shows you probably what you already know, the importance of an educational attainment, right? The more education you have, the more likely, obviously, you are to make a more livable wage. And so that's really important as we move forward to just making sure that, that we're educating and we're including this, that it's just not about certificate or associate's degree, but it could also be about transfer and baccalaureate attainment. So I mentioned that we're on sort of a listening tour, and we're focusing on quality education, better business, and engaged citizens. So some of the things we're interested in is how do we better connect to the coastside? And we're having sort of, conversations and strategizing around town halls. And so I'll wait and talk about this a little bit later. I know Trustee Patrides might mention this when she speaks about how do we begin to think about town halls and how do we come together as a network to think about education in particular. Dual enrollment, I already mentioned. We are expanding our course offering with Half Moon Bay High, Pilarecitos continuation, and then also La Costa Adult School. I'm really excited that we're going to be having class offerings in the Half Moon Bay Library. And then, of course, workforce development is a huge commitment. We're actually developing organizational infrastructure that really does deal with strategic partnerships and economic development, and making sure that we're having the connections to the communities, sustainable connections to communities, and that's built in our 3 to 5 year plan. One of the programs I wanted to share tonight is our Promise Scholars program, and that is a 3-year free tuition programs for all new freshmen. This is really, really important. Currently, we do have co-site students who are part of this program, but we don't nearly have enough. This is 3 years free tuition, books paid for. We also give out food vouchers and all help with transportation. This is something that I think that is we need to really begin to market better, in particular on the co-side, because I don't know about any of you, but my education was not free. And if I had this, I would have really leveraged this opportunity. So that's our Promise Scholars program. I wanted to provide a little bit of data on our co-site students at CSM, and here you see duplicated and unduplicated. You do see that our number count has gone down. That is one of the things we want to work on, and some of the shared challenges that we're seeing. And obviously, this is, the pandemic has contributed to this number, right? There has been a decline in enrollments throughout the 116 California Community College, where we're in the San Mateo County District, where we have 3 campuses. And so declining enrollment was part of that because of the pandemic, but we've also seen before the pandemic a decline as well. And I have an idea why, and we'll talk a little bit about that when we get into shared concerns. So one of our goals is to come back and report to you, that we've seen a 30% increase or 40% increase. So that number is really important as we move forward. And not only serving students, but of course, serving families as well. Another data point I thought you would want to be interested in is that we are very much supportive of our undocumented students, of course, homelessness. I heard you mention basic needs. So that would be anything from mental health, food insecurity, transportation issues. We're receiving not only funding from the state, but we have campus funding to deal with this. And so we have our Multicultural Dream Center, and here are some of the numbers that we support. And this is not just limited to co-site students. And so as we move forward, we want to talk about students who obviously may be undocumented and may not want to share that, but how do you continue to provide that support? And this is good for the community to know that when they come to College of San Mateo, it is a safe place and they will be supported. This gives you a breakdown of our race and ethnicity. College of San Mateo is very diverse. It's a 73% diversity, students of color. We are both a Hispanic serving institution and an APISI institution. We have a large percentage of Tongans and Samoans, and of course, Latinx and Asians. So a lot of individuals don't know that, but College of San Mateo demographics has changed and we are quite diverse. And this graph shows sort of our success rate. So as you see here, Black, African-American, Hispanic, Latinx, we still are seeing a bit of a gap when it comes to success rate, but those rates have improved over time and we're continuing to focus on that. We have a lot of learning communities, whether it was Puente that focuses on Latinx, Moja, African-American students, MANA that focus on Pacific Islander, Project Change, Justice Impacted Youth to help with these numbers as well. So I could talk a little bit about that if you are interested in our learning communities. And we're about to start Katipunan, which is for our Filipino X students. This gives you an idea of some of the things that we were able to do during the pandemic and we're continuing to do. One of the things we're really excited about is our food distribution that we have partnered with Second Harvest. We have tons of resources for mental health and well-being. Of course, housing as well. As you all know, in the Bay Area, housing insecurity is real. Definitely for me, coming from Southern California about 11 years ago, the housing issue here is just severe. And so we were able to provide support to students for housing. Of course, instruction, we provided online instruction, of course, face-to-face as well. One of the things we're really excited about that we've been a vaccination and testing site, and that's just going to expand come spring semester. And then, of course, technology, we were able to give out hotspots, laptops, equipment, Chromebooks, all of those things. The great thing about being in our district is that right now we have received a lot of resources to really support the community. One of the things that I wanted to share was the direct student aid that students received, almost 7 million in direct student aid and almost 5,000 students. And so this was just an opportunity for us to use the higher educational relief funds to really begin to put money in students' pockets so that they did not have to worry about how they would pay for college. In spring, we're going to be majority face-to-face. This semester, we were 23% face-to-face. Come spring, it'll be 65% and growing. What we've seen are great opportunities during the pandemic where some students prefer to be online. So we want to make sure to offer that. We're also developing a working adult program. You talked a lot about stackable certificates. How do we begin to provide education in a way that doesn't allow them to be in school for 2-3 years, but gives them an opportunity to finish a certificate in a semester or 2. So that is something that we're really looking forward to. This is one of my favorite quotes by John Lewis, and the late John Lewis referred to redeeming the soul of America. And I always say we can rely on his wisdom as we're thinking about the legacy of CSM, and not just envisioning, but enacting. And he talks about getting in good trouble, necessary trouble. Some of the challenges that I want to share that I've noticed, not only by living on the coast side, but being on the listening tour, is transportation. Huge issue. And so we have a transportation task force to begin to talk about how do we get students from the coast to the college, but then, how do we make sure that we have enough resources and offering to the coast side as well? And so that is something that we want to solve and put a plan together very soon, because when we're hearing students' reluctance to come to the campus, it's always around transportation. Also, a lack of CSM visibility in the community and really owning up to that and understanding that. Like I said, we had a site about 10, 11 years ago, but since then, the San Mateo County Community College District hasn't been as present as it needs to be, and the College of San Mateo hasn't. And so we are wanting to do better and be more visible. Also, what I've noticed is there's sort of a lack of emphasis on education. And is it about education, doing town halls? Is it having conversations about it? What does education mean to your family? All of these things. And so I'm noticing, how do we begin to ensure that education is always part of the conversation? We talked a lot about the socioeconomic divide on the coast, this huge wealth gap of those who have and those who have not. It's very interesting, and it's hard to ignore this. And how do we begin to really talk about it authentically and have brave conversations and be real so that we can have solutions that are going to move us forward? And then, of course, one of the things I love, because CSM is such a beautiful campus, but also one of the things I'm not too proud about is that CSM is seen as we're up on this hill, right? We're on this hill, and how do you get to us? And so how do you, once again, bring the college to the community and not be just reputation, we're up on the hill, please, come to us sort of deal. So my ask today is, as we have conversations, is how can we partner to improve higher education access and achievement for coastside students? And I'm going to give opportunity right now to Trustee Lisa Petrides to provide some comments.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Taylor Mendoza. We are just so fortunate to have her as our president at San Mateo College. It's called San Mateo. I also just want to say that I was elected to the Board of Trustees last November. And for those of you who don't know, this is the first time that there was a redistricting of the San Mateo Community College District, which meant that we now have representatives from regional parts of San Mateo County. So this is the first time that the coast side has actually had a representative on the board. And living here in Half Moon Bay myself, have a lot of passion and interest in really seeing what we can do. And it was great to follow the earlier presentation about the coastside recovery effort, because there's so many ways that I think that we fit into that. I just want to say as a board, and this is with all of the trustees, we are just 100% behind the work that Dr. Taylor Mendoza has been talking about today. We just approved our budget for next year, and we actually did a reallocation of $6.75 million to the college promise programs that she described. So creating the opportunity to have not just 2,000 students go through this program, but 4,000 students go through this program. We're also still doing fundraising and looking at how to again, make this opportunity for college be something where affordability is not an issue. So we've also at the college been working, and actually across the district as well, on the zero cost textbook program, which there's a big initiative right now in the state that where Governor Newsom has approved $115 million that goes to the community colleges. It's not sure exactly how it will be distributed yet, but for the creation of open educational resources so that the cost of books, in fact, will go down to zero for students who are in programs. And there's been several studies over the last 5 or 10 years that have showed that sometimes the cost of textbooks is the biggest blocker to students actually completing their degree. Maybe funding for tuition, but it didn't cover everything, which is why the College Promise, the Promise Scholars Program is so significant, because it does cover not only tuition, that dollar amount will go down, as well as the necessary wraparound services. That includes counseling, mentoring, transportation, food vouchers, as was already said. So I'm very excited in the next couple of months. We'll see how this works through, as we end the year and the holiday season, but with Dr. Taylor Mendoza to be participating in various parts of the community and conducting town halls, because it's so important for us to hear from the various stakeholders and constituents here on the coast. It is very diverse in that way, and we really want to be meeting those needs. So I'm here to really tell you that the board really supports this vision and is, 100% behind what's happening. So thank you.
Thank you. And so I will stop share right now. And so just to and give everyone opportunity if you have any questions about the information presented, but just wanted to wrap up saying by the last slide you saw, we are stronger together. That's actually from our solidarity statement, our equity solidarity statement. And I do believe that as we come together as a community to care about everyone's children and everyone's family, we are indeed stronger together. And so thank you once again for this opportunity to present.
You're muted, Mayor Brownstone.
Sorry about that. Well, thank you to both our speakers. I'm going to open it up for comments and questions from our council members. And I see Council Member Barback has his hand up, please.
Thanks. What do you need to do to be a Promise Scholar? What's the conditions?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, well, we definitely, you can obviously go to the website, but there's an intake process. One of the things you need to be is just a first-time graduate, right? A new freshman. And so we've really opened up in regards to who we're wanting to accept. So when we first started, we kind of had certain criteria about, income and levels of education. When it came to course offerings, the courses students have taken, but we've expanded it. And so now we want to serve all full-time freshmen. So there's not too many requirements. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
That's wonderful. And I think you really should advertise that because it's not well known, but I think it's a wonderful idea and it sounds good.
Yes. One of the things, just to real quick to council member, if you allow me a couple minutes, Sean McFetridge and I co-authored a letter and sent it out to all the families in the Cabrillo Unified School District because of just what you said, that it's not well known. And so hopefully through that effort, more families will know about it.
That's wonderful. Then briefly, I remember when CSM was on the coast side and I encourage you, if at all possible, to return. I think you're a valuable part of what makes the coast the coast. So that's my important message to you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rohrbach. Were there any other questions from council members? I don't see any other hands up. I'll just make a brief comment. City Manager Nisbet and I actually had the opportunity to meet, I guess a little over a month ago, with our two speakers, and they invited us to, touch base and see how we can work together. And all I can say is, I mean, if I had a magic wand and wanted to manifest a window of opportunity, I mean, this is beyond, this is an epic opportunity. We have the president of the College of San Mateo living in Montara. We have a trustee of the community college, San Mateo Community College School Board, living here in Half Moon Bay. It doesn't get better than this. And if we don't figure out a way to collaborate, the equity issues for, we have a very large Latinx population out here, many of them for the first time, will be first time members of their family going to college. There are many challenges in that community in terms of opportunities and knowing what the access is and getting educated. So here's this amazing opportunity. We spoke to both our speakers today. They asked us who else should we speak to on our listening tour. And we mentioned a number of local groups, and there's a very strong Youth Leadership Institute at the high school. And we know our school superintendent is very involved. And, this is getting involved at the middle school level and even before that. Just having students coming over from College of San Mateo and young people seeing folks who look and speak like them and say, hey, you can do stuff, with your life. Look, here are some of the great opportunities, and start building those bridges and the mentoring opportunities, et cetera. So I am so jazzed about the opportunities that lay ahead. And thank you for both living out here. It really is just too good to be true. So really looking forward to all the partnerships, and we will support you in every possible way that we can. So thank you. And see, Councilmember Ruddock has her hand up, and then City Manager Chittister also. So first
Yes,
I'll start.
I think our mayor captured my excitement about having both of you here on the coast side, and the opportunities to connect with our workforce issues and just general, education for people like me. I took many classes when you were here on the coast side a few years ago. One thing that, you might consider is a partnership with, the San Mateo County Central Labor Council and the unions in terms of apprenticeships. We're going to be talking about electrification, for the next several hours. And, there's definitely a need of electricians, skilled in the new energy age that we're transitioning to. Plumbers, as part of the new economy that we were talking about earlier this evening. I think a partnership with the unions is definitely should be in the picture. So just my 2 cents on that.
Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, you're muted.
Deputy City Manager Chittister, I saw your hand up. And go to
thank you. I'll be very quick, but I would be remiss if I didn't jump in as a proud CSM graduate to just thank you for the work that you're doing. And as someone who grew up on the coast side, and just grateful for the opportunities that the community college district provided to me. And we're just excited to have your participation and involvement here. And just think, the next deputy city manager might be a student at CSM right now.
Love it. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you for mentioning that, Matthew. And yes, Matthew is a scholar and a gentleman, so thank you for whatever you did at CSM. So it's great. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I met Dr. Taylor Mendoza. I know she came to one of our pantries, you know, in Half Moon Bay, and actually she helped us, you know, give the food, you know, groceries to our families, you know, one of the Saturdays. Thank you. I met with both of them, with Lisa and Dr. Taylor Mendoza, and thank you. It's a great opportunity for the coast side. I mean, it's we need to work on transportation. You know, that's one of the things that we definitely need to work on. And but if you come back to Half Moon Bay, like Councilmember Redback mentioned, it will be great. You know, I know it is difficult for students in the South Coast, you know, to attend, you know, College of San Mateo because of the distance. And but I think it's doable. You know, the opportunities that you're offering, you know, for students, for our community, they're great. You know, it's something to be looking forward to. It's especially, you know, now that we're talking about economic recovery, you know, something that we really want to focus, and also for the, you know, working with the adult schools, you know, here in the coast. That is something that we have been working on. So you know, definitely is great. And it's great to see you here with your presentation, and come back to, you know, to our pantry again. You know, we're gonna be busy this next to actually 4 weeks. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Jimenez, and I enjoyed that day, and I will definitely be back. So thank you for the invitation.
Thank you for your comments, Joaquin. Councilmember Penrose.
Yes, thank you. This is very, very exciting. I'm not going to repeat what everybody else has said, but I am excited about the idea that you're working on two things. One is bringing the college to the community, having classes from CSM here. And the second is transportation, addressing the transportation issue, which is so critical. The third thing I'd mention is we have another wonderful co-sider who is a member of the Labor Council, Stephen Booker. And he might be somebody that, you know, you might want to talk to, because he's a great guy and he's got great ideas and he's very loyal to the coast.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Penrose. Okay, well, that wraps up our presentations, and really glad for the energy boost after that presentation. So people are very excited out here. So, and we'll invite you back to give us updates. So thank you so much. All right,
Thank
terrific.
You. Thank you.
Okay, boy, this timing is perfect. So just a note to folks. I know we have 123 attendees tonight. And probably a lot of folks here, I'm just taking a wild guess, might be here to talk about electrification. So I'm going to give you a warning now, folks. We will have an opportunity to come back, and when we get to that agenda item, we will have an opportunity. We'll have for people to raise their hand to make a comment. Based on the number of people I see here tonight, it's very likely that I'm going to give everyone 1 minute. So if you got 3 minutes of comments, start thinking about how to maybe consolidate your comments and be brief at that time. And just wanted to give you that heads up now so people won't be shocked and surprised later. But we have a lot of folks who are going to be anxious to speak. Great. So let's reconvene at 8 o'clock. And thank you all for being here this evening. We'll see you at 8. agenda is mayor's announcements of community activities and community service. I have none this evening. Catherine, is there any report out from closed session meetings? I don't believe so.
No recent meetings and nothing to report out.
Great, thank you very much. And next we'll have city manager updates to council.
And Mr. Mayor, there's no city manager updates tonight either.
Oh, okay, great. Well, in that case, I would like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar. Items 1A, waive reading of resolutions and ordinances. 1B, to accept the warrants list for the month of October 2021. 1C, approve the minutes for the September 21st special meeting and the September 21st regular meeting and the October 5th special meeting. Item 1D, move that we re-ratify the findings in resolution number 2020-80 to continue conducting the city council's commission and committee meetings remotely due to health and safety concerns to the public due to COVID-19. And item 1E, adoption of the Caltrans Local Assistant Procedures Manual, Chapter 10, Consultant Selection. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Rarback,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Oh, it's not here yet. Let's move.
I think Councilmember Penrose.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Reddick.
Yes.
And Mayor Brownstone.
Yes.
Motion approved.
Thank you. And we will now move on to ordinances and public hearings. Item 2A, public electrification ordinance. And we are conducting a public hearing, having waived the first reading and introduced the ordinance adopting the new chapter 1406 of the Half-Moon Bay Municipal Code entitled Electrification of Buildings. And we will start with a staff report.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Give me 1 second while I pull up my presentation. Great. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and the public. It's a pleasure to be here tonight for the big topic of the evening, building electrification. I'm Veronica Vostenak, the Sustainability Analyst, and I'm here to go over the ordinance draft and introduce it for a first reading tonight. So the first couple slides you all have seen before, but for the benefit of the council and the public, I just wanted to give a little background, what has brought us here today. So last year, staff initiated work on the Climate Action Adaptation Plan, and simultaneously, we received direction from the council to work on REACH codes or building electrification codes. And as a result of that, we had a study session on February 2nd, where council provided staff with enough direction to prepare a draft, which was published on Earth Day, April 22nd of this year. Following the publication of that draft, we, as staff, conducted public outreach in June through September, which concluded with some follow-up study sessions with the council, going over the feedback that we received on both September 21st and October 5th. That there were various edits proposed at those study sessions, which we included in the ordinance that you see attached tonight and what we'll be discussing here on November 16th. And if council decides to introduce this ordinance today and it goes to a second reading in December, the ordinance will have an anticipated effective date of January 7th, 2022. A little bit of context again, staff has been working on a climate action and adaptation plan. There's two pieces to this, as the name might imply. Climate action, which focuses on greenhouse gas reductions As part of this, the city participates in a county program that provides the city with greenhouse gas emission inventory, which I'll go over later on. So this climate action adaptation plan will outline the city's commitment to reaching the state targets to reduce greenhouse gas emissions 40% below 1990 levels by 2030, and the executive order to achieve carbon neutrality by 2045. The other piece of the climate action adaptation plan, of course, is adaptation, and that will focus more so on adapting to climate change impacts such as sea level rise, coastal erosion, severe storms, droughts, wildfire, flooding. So the climate action adaptation plan will work on both of these together, looking at reducing the greenhouse gas emissions produced in the city, as well as adapting to the climate change impacts, which we see starting currently. And again, assuming people don't know what the term building electrification is, I always like to define it. So building electrification describes the move away from fuel gas, so natural gas or propane powered appliances, and towards highly efficient electric alternatives. There's a number of benefits for a policy like this, one of which being it can help the city assist with reaching the state's climate targets, which I discussed on the slide earlier, but there's also some public health and safety benefits. Fuel gas appliances have been linked to indoor air quality, poor indoor air quality, increased asthma rates, especially in children. And in the event of an earthquake, the gas lines underground pose a fire risk, which is actually one of the biggest risks to health and safety in the event of a large enough earthquake. So here I have an illustration, I think most of you have seen this before, of where the city's greenhouse gas emissions come from. Our latest report is from 2017. It takes quite a while to get some of this data all compiled in one place. You can see that building energy and transportation take up the vast majority of the greenhouse gas emissions produced here in the city. Half Moon Bay is a little bit unique in that building energy is slightly higher than transportation. That's not necessarily the case elsewhere in the county. Both of these sectors will need some big or bold changes to make significant reductions here. And zooming specifically into building energy, which we're talking about today, 80% of that 49% comes from natural gas use in buildings. And you can see that the commercial side is about 1.5 times what we see on the residential side. And taking a look at what the impact would be of the ordinance that we're presenting here tonight. On the left here, we have a business as usual graph, as though there's no adoption of an ordinance like this. And then on the right-hand side, this is the projected emissions with the ordinance as proposed tonight. You can see there's about a 15% reduction expected between now and 2030 if this ordinance went into effect in January of 2022. And I would also like to note that the longer this policy is in place, the more impactful it will be. So beyond 2030, there will be more and more reductions until we get to 2045, where these energy emissions from natural gas we would expect to be effectively zero, as there would be no more gas use in buildings at that time. So just a refresher of what we saw in the April draft. I'm not going to go through it specifically. I'm happy to answer any questions later on. But the 3 points that we received from 1 through 3 from the council in February, the spirit of those is still in the ordinance today. I did want to mention that number 4, with the expanded electric vehicle and solar requirements, staff has moved these to a new PV and EV reach code, which we will be discussing immediately after this item. So, but I will go over the changes and what we see in the ordinance today in subsequent slides. And again, just as a reminder, we had 2 study sessions with the council on September 21st and October 5th. This was following the public outreach period. We had quite a bit of public comment at both of those study sessions with varied opinions, both in opposition and support of the ordinance. Staff led the council through a guided discussion, which talked about both broad and detailed policy. And much of the City Council's direction at the study session resulted in changes to the ordinance related to delays in implementation and some temporary exemptions. Again, I will go over that in the next couple of slides. So talking about the draft that we have before you all tonight, the first couple slides I'm going to go through are outline what's currently included in the ordinance, much of which we received. Staff was able to find consensus among at least 3 of the City Council members at that study session, which led us to the edits that you see today. There were a couple items that we were not able to find consensus, so I have some slides dedicated specifically to those issues so that the council has it for their benefit to discuss in more detail if necessary. So first, I have residential provisions. I've split what we're talking about into both the residential and commercial because there's different dates and different provisions associated with the different types of buildings. So first, talking about residential provisions, there's a requirement for all electric new construction starting January of 2023. This means that any building that is constructed after that date would need to have all electric appliances and would not have any fuel gas hookups. I have some points to discuss about that effective date on the subsequent slides. This was related more so to those projects that are currently in the pipeline and receiving permits, giving them a little bit of time to make sure that they can still continue as planned and not start over. The second, we have prohibition of conversion to mixed fuel buildings. So this provision would prohibit any current residential building that is all electric from adding gas service and converting it to a mixed fuel. This provision has an effective date that would be 30 days after the ordinance adoption for residential buildings. The next is full electrification of major remodels. So the major remodels piece was one of the areas where we did not receive council consensus on what exactly that definition will be. So I have, another slide later on that goes into that in a little bit more detail. But for clarification, full electrification of a major remodel would mean that at the time of a major remodel, a building would need to be converted to all electric. So any existing fuel gas appliances would need to be converted to all electric at the time of the remodel. This does not include any solar panel additions or anything, just talking about energy use of appliances in the home. This would go into effect in January of 2025. The next piece is minor remodels. So anything that is not considered a major remodel, but touches a fuel gas appliance. These remodels would need to pre-wire for an all-electric appliance at the time of that remodel. So the existing appliance that was there could be reinstalled and used until the end of its useful life, but there would need to be pre-wiring so there's an outlet ready for an electric appliance once that reaches the end of its useful life. That provision would go into effect about 30 days after ordinance adoption for residential buildings. There's also a provision for all electric new appliances. So any installation of a new appliance that had not existed in that building previously would need to be all electric. And again, that would go into effect 30 days after ordinance adoption. The next would be exchange of appliances, which some others may have heard a similar policy type called burnout ordinance. So this would mean that anytime there's a current fuel gas appliance that either reaches the end of its useful life or is being exchanged or replaced for some reason, those gas appliances would need to be replaced with electric appliances at that time. And that would go into effect January 2023. And the last is termination of gas services. So any residential building would need to have their gas line capped or decommissioned by January of 2045. And you may recall that date lines up pretty well with the state's target to reach carbon neutrality by that date. Then taking a look at non-residential provisions. Yep, go ahead.
Can you just maybe speak to the mobile homes as it relates to the termination of gas service?
I have that on. I have that on a different slide.
Okay, thanks.
But I can talk about it.
And Veronica, can you have Councilmember Ruddick? Did you have a clarification question about something Veronica just mentioned?
I do. Could you explain again the all new electric appliances, all electric new appliances?
Sure. So this is if there's a new appliance installed that hadn't been in a building previously. So this would be if somebody was adding a water heater, an additional water heater to serve a different part of the home, or if they were adding a fireplace that hadn't been there before, a brand new appliance that has not existed in that building previously.
So new and not a replacement.
Correct.
Correct. Okay.
Correct. The replacement would be the exchange of appliances.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know there's a lot. This is it's hard to summarize this very quickly. So
no, you're doing great.
Definitely appreciate
Councilmember Ruddick, did that answer that? Or
That did. Thank you very much.
Okay,
yeah, no
great.
problem.
All right, keep going, Veronica. Thank you.
Okay, and so I'll talk about mobile homes on the slide after this one. So with non-residential, we have a lot of the same provisions here, so I won't explain them all. Again, all electric new construction and termination of gas services, those dates remain the same as what you would see on the residential side. We have a little bit of different dates for the prohibition of conversion to mixed fuel buildings, full electrification of major remodels, and exchange of appliances. All of these for non-residential buildings would go into effect in 2025. I do want to also mention that the council had reached consensus at the study session that they did not want to include any provisions related to minor remodels in non-residential buildings at this time, and instead wanted to revisit in 2024. So that has been left out of this draft, but has been noted to return in 2024. And the other piece, we have some exceptions. City Council specifically gave direction for staff to include exceptions for PG&E, Care, and FERA customers. And staff wanted to clarify that would be for owner-occupants that are Care, FERA customers. Deed-restricted affordable housing, both of those would have exceptions for many of the provisions, including the appliance replacements, the major remodels, and new appliances until 2027. We have a exception for commercial greenhouses through January 1st, 2030, and for wastewater treatment facilities until 2045. And I did want to mention there was a little bit of a typo in the chart that was in the staff report for this. So I wanted to clarify that these dates for commercial greenhouses and wastewater treatment facilities, this is accurate, and this is what's included in the ordinance. The ordinance does not regulate portable propane tanks, so something that you might see for your outdoor grills, fire pits, anything, those little gas tanks that you get from the gas station, those would continue to be allowed, as well as emergency generators. And I did want to add some additional information on mobile homes. At this point, we do not specifically mention mobile homes in the ordinance. Mobile homes are regulated by state law and not by a city ordinance such as this. And that's the case both for any part of the ordinance, whether that be new construction, whether that be exchange of appliances or remodels, and even the capping of the gas lines at 2045. There are some gas may still need to flow through the city to reach some of the unincorporated areas, and PG&E has an obligation to serve any of those customers. So the provision where to cap and decommission the lines is not regulated under this ordinance. We can add some more clarification in the ordinance itself if that's necessary, but we did want to mention it's not listed because generally these types of applications are not regulated by city ordinances. So here, I just wanted to point out there were a couple pieces where we did not receive full consensus or clarity from the council at a previous study session. So I wanted to make sure that I highlighted them here today in case there was a desire to discuss them more thoroughly. The first would be for the applicability for new construction. We heard from the council that they wanted some more flexibility for applicants who have invested a lot of time and effort in their current plans and are close to beginning construction. So we have provided these applicants until January 1st, 2023 to secure their building permits, their coastal development permit, and start construction. We just wanted to make sure with the city council that this was enough time because the specific dates were not discussed. There also was not consensus on whether or not the council wanted to extend a delay for some of these provisions for existing commercial kitchens. We did not, staff did not include it in the ordinance, so unless we're directed otherwise, commercial kitchens would be required to comply at the same time as non-residential buildings in 2025. And last, the definition of major remodel. The council did not come to a consensus on the trigger for that would constitute a major remodel. Staff had proposed either 500 or 750 square feet to relate well with the zoning code or the other building codes. So council had requested some specific examples, which I have here on the next slide to better inform your decisions. So staff took a look at the major or the remodel projects that we saw in 2020 and 2021 between 500 square feet and 749 square feet, and those projects above 750 square feet. Of the smaller projects, there were about 8 projects with alterations or additions of that 500 to 749 square foot threshold. The majority of these projects were smaller projects limited to 1 to 3 rooms, and many of which focused on kitchens, bathrooms, laundry rooms, and bedrooms. The majority, 7 out of the 8 projects, dealt with areas that we would expect there to be fuel gas appliances. So these projects may have triggered electrification provisions. If they were replacing those appliances, they would need to be electric, or if they were not replacing those appliances, they would need to be pre-wired for future electric appliances. Any of the projects that we saw that were above 750 square feet were much larger projects. They were generally 3 or more rooms, structural changes, layout changes, had a much bigger dollar amount associated with them. So in these projects, there was a very distinct line between the lesser trigger and the larger one. So because of this, staff has 750 square feet in the ordinance, but of course this is up to the council for discussion, as we did not have any consensus at the study session. I did also want to mention that state law does not allow the city to use the square footage associated with any new ADUs in the calculation for square feet to trigger provisions or trigger electrification for the home. So we did not include these projects here. And speaking with our community development staff, we felt as though we should exclude minor maintenance projects such as window replacements, energy efficiency projects, floor coverings, some that may be of a large square feet, but are not major projects like we see for those structural or layout changes. And before I close out, I just wanted to talk about the costs again. I know this is one of the biggest, the biggest pieces of this ordinance and one of the biggest concerns. So I just wanted to put up the staff's analysis of what we expect the majority of households may see if they replace these appliances and if they need to replace an electric panel, which may or may not be necessary depending on the scope of the project. This is not to say that this is a full range of what there will be projects that are cheaper. There will be projects that are more expensive. There will be projects that run into other projects that kind of snowball into something bigger. But this is what staff expects the majority of retrofit costs to look like. And I did want to mention there are new incentives coming out every day, including new incentives from a state program called TEC. These incentives just came out last week, I want to say on Friday. And you can see these are some pretty generous incentives available for all Half Moon Bay and Coastside residents. And our cost estimates on the last slide does not take into account any incentives or other programs that are available. So just to keep that in mind, there are incentives available now, and there are more incentives available and expected in the near future.
Veronica, can I ask one quick question here?
Sure.
Are these incentives based on financial need?
No, they're not.
Okay. And probably always what's most helpful is showing the average cost of the item and then what the current best incentive looks like, so that comparison can be made quickly.
Yeah, I mean, for an example, for a heat pump water heater, a lot of times those can be between $3,000 and $5,000. So this could, account for all up to half of it. So again, these are going to be parts specific based on the conversations, but I can put these parts together.
Great. No, okay, great.
That's helpful.
Something like a panel upgrade's a lot more expensive, so $1,000 might not.
Correct. There are also some other, I believe that Clean Energy also had, these are just some new incentives that I did not present at a prior because they didn't exist.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Keep going.
Nope. I've reached the end.
There we are.
So our recommendation for you all tonight is to conduct a public hearing, waive the first reading, and introduce an ordinance adopting a new chapter 14.06 to the Half Moon Bay Municipal Code entitled Electrification of Buildings. So I will leave this here, and I know I did a lot of talking and I gave a lot of information, so I'm very happy to flip back to previous slides if that's helpful.
Well, I want to just go back to council. Are there any just clarifying questions before I move into public comments? So just clarifying questions only. Okay, not deliberation. Okay, I don't see any hand raised with more clarifying questions. So now we're going to open this up to public comment. Hey, Bridget, can you put the timer up for 2 minutes?
And
just
you
now.
want to change, there it is. Okay.
Yeah, can you just set it for 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna just work my way down the list.
Well, no. I'm not telling people have 2 minutes. I want to see how many people raise their hands, but
I have 15 people so far raising there, 16, 17.
No, I see. Yeah, no, I see.
Bridget, I think the mayor's asking you to set the timer, actually set it right now for 2 minutes and let it run out.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I can set it for a minute now because I see a lot of people raising their hands. So
okay,
folks, you have 1 more minute to raise your hand.
Okay. Thank you.
There it goes. All right, so 40 seconds. We're about to leave double jeopardy and entering final jeopardy. 30 seconds. Raise your hands, folks, if you want to speak. Give it a couple more seconds here. Please raise your hands now, because we're going to have a cutoff. You don't raise your hand now, which I tried last time. I'm going to be a little more rigorous this time, because we're already at 8:30. Okay. So, Jared Johnson, you're going to be our last speaker. Anyone who comes after Jared, that's the cutoff. Everyone got that? Got enough time? All right. I'm going to set the timer for 1 minute each.
Okay. Ready.
And Bridget, you can help me tell people when the time is up. We can share that.
Okay.
Awful, wonderful responsibility. Thank you.
Okay. So, ready. First up, we have new user 2. I don't have a name, so if you could state your name when we are allowed to talk.
Oh, yes. Also, can everyone state where they're from, please? We usually do that. I forgot to mention that. Please just state where they're from. Thank you. That's very helpful to us.
Yeah. All right. So new user 2, you're able to unmute and you can, should be able to speak. There you go. Go ahead, you can speak.
Hello, my name is Steve Hyman. I'm a 40-year resident of Half Moon Bay. I'm also a 30-year business owner of Century 21. And in that capacity, I've met with many people over the years who have bought homes that have electrical appliances in them and how to convert them. And I can tell you, nobody in that time period has said, wow, I want to go from gas to electric. I think the cost for converting a house is extraordinarily high. I conservatively have it at around 40 grand, but could easily be 60 or 70. But my real question to you is, if you think this is such a great idea, I'd like to see every one of you raise your hand and agree to convert your houses today to all electric and report back to us what it costs for the conversion and what it costs to operate this on a monthly basis with your PG&E bill. So I'd like to see you show your hands and show us that you think this is such a great idea, and put your money where your mouth is, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay, next we have Terry Nagal. You can speak.
Hi there. Thank you, Mayor Brownstone and council members. I am a former mayor of Burlingame. I know some of you. And I want to commend you on considering this forward-looking reach code ordinance. By approving it, you will be addressing climate change in one of the fastest, most impactful ways possible, because buildings account for 27% of carbon emissions in our state. And you'll be doing your residents a big favor by not allowing more gas lines to be installed that will only have to be disassembled later. The state is definitely moving in the direction of all electric requirements. And so you are getting ahead of the curve by saving them the trouble of retrofitting later. So thank you for your leadership on this issue. I commend you on considering it.
Thank you, Terry. Appreciate it.
Next we have is Paul Gregorio.
You're muted, Paul.
There we go. Am I muted?
We hear you. We got you.
Right. I just have a quick comment. I'm amazed at the potential cost of this measure to the tax-paying homeowners of Half Moon Bay. In my case, it's about $60,000 by my calculations. And I could detail that, but I have so little time allocated to me by the council that I can't. But that's a huge price to pay. It's essentially about 5 years worth of the full tax bill on my house. And I think that's outlandish. And I'm a fairly well-off person living in Ocean Colony in a small single-story home. What is this going to do to the average homeowner in our community? I don't know. And I see no data on it whatsoever in the staff report. So apparently you're flying blind on that. Thank you very much.
All for your comments. Appreciate it.
Next we have is Linda Knowles.
Good evening. My name is Linda Hutchins-Knowles. I'm a staff member with Actera, the co-founder of Mothers Out Front Silicon Valley, and most importantly, the mother of 2 children who face a dire future in the face of rapidly escalating climate destabilization. With all 3 hats, I urge you to support staff's proposed beneficial electrification ordinance.
Where are you from, Linda? Linda, I forgot. Did you mention
I work in Palo Alto and I live in San Jose.
Thank you.
I'm calling because I believe very strongly that you are proposing a visionary ordinance that is exactly what needs to happen in every city in this country if we're to have a shot at stabilizing the climate before global heating spirals out of control. Make no mistake, gas is dangerous. It's dangerous for health. Children growing up in homes with gas homes have a 42% increased chance of asthma. I know this because my own daughter has asthma, and we are fortunate to convert it to an induction stove. Gas is dangerous for the climate. Methane is one of the most potent greenhouse gases. Don't be deceived by the cost. Recently, gas has risen 146%, the cost of gas. And so it's more cost of the appliances to convert them to electric. Please do the right thing for our children's health and our climate future and support this visionary ordinance. Thank you.
Next, we have Linda Kosi Anderson.
Thank you. I ask that you please think through this decision of how it's going to impact our lower income and elderly community members. Now, I know that in the slides you did address that. However, you know, there's also residences of people like in Amesport. How are you going to do that? How is that going to be subsidized? I myself, as a resident, I really can't afford to pay the assessments to put up solar panels and all that sort of thing. And generators are out of the question when you're living so closely. So there's a lot of things to really bear in mind. And also, I think we tend to forget that we are emerging from a pandemic and money is still really tight for a lot of people. So please just think about these things.
Linda, where are you from? I didn't know if you said that at the beginning.
Oh, I'm in Half Moon Bay.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Next we have is Monet.
Hey, everybody. Hi again. I attended one of the earlier working sessions. I believe I may have built the first all-electric home in Half Moon Bay, at least given how difficult the permitting was. That's what I feel like. So obviously I support this initiative and I support defending our climate. I'm all for it, but I also know firsthand exactly what it costs. And I've brought this up here before and offered to provide data on that, but nobody followed up on that. I would say that the 2 folks before me who estimated around 60K are dead on right. Not because of the appliances, but because of the heating and the hot water costs. First, to put them into the house, and second, on an ongoing grid draw basis with PG&E. I do not believe the council members have seen accurate data on the actual costs, or they would not be voting for the capping of the gas lines in 2045 or whenever that is. I actually support all of the other parts of this. The appliances, the new construction all make tremendous sense, but not the capping. You guys don't have the right data on that one. Thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mark.
Next we have is Tony Uccelli.
Okay, you guys can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Council, city staff, thanks for the time. I'll be real quick. I've got the project on Main and Kelly across from City Hall. Been working on it for about 3 years with planning. So I'm one of the new construction guys here in what we're talking about. And I was just hoping to get a little clarification. I was reading up on the reports that are online for today, and the staff report, when it talks about in-process applicants, it talks about what Veronica said, going to January 1st to start construction and to finish getting your permits and your CDP. But in the updated ordinance that was on there today, under the exceptions, it says it will only apply if a coastal development permit has been, if required, has been issued and if all building and related permits have been issued once the ordinance goes. So I'm trying to find out what in process really means here and how much maybe the goal line can move on me on January 1st. So any clarification on that?
Staff will respond to questions like that after we take all the comments. So thank you for your question.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Okay.
Next we have is Kurt Common.
You're on, Kurt.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. Kurt Common, a resident since 2012. I believe in global warming. I own a hybrid car, solar panels, and a battery backup system. The backup system is due to PG&E's inability to supply reliable electric energy. One restaurant in town advertises we're open even when the power is out. And I do support the building electrification in new construction, remodels going forward of the adoption of this electrification program, and also in the ADUs new construction. However, I can't support the forced conversion of mixed-use buildings by 2045. I was looking to see if the state was capping the gas lines, but that seems to be just a local solution. Anyway, thanks for your time. I like most of the ordinance, but not the capping of the gas lines and forced conversion. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt.
Next we have Michael Herreras.
This is Michelle.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Michelle Arias, Coldwell Banker. I'm on the San Mateo County Association of Realtors Government Affairs Committee. I'm also a green designee realtor. The concern here is that the most recent Federal Reserve report on liquidity has everyone's savings accounts within the $40,000 to $50,000 range. And I know that the study commissioned by SAMCAR has these conversion costs for a whole house that you're talking about for involved with major renovation being $100,000 more than what someone would expect. So it's an affordability issue. The other thing is, even with renovation loans, if you're talking about a significant portion of people on fixed income with a predictable amount of debt, during a recent discussion in one of my Green Council training sessions, is they're looking at 10 to 15 years for people to budget and absorb these green renovation costs. Your timeline seems to be a little short on that. And I don't want to see you create
time is up, Michelle.
Yeah, I don't want to see you create $1,000 appliance replacement that ends up costing $10,000 for.
Got it, time's up. Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate it.
So the next person we have is Joy Alfia. There you go.
Oh, can you hear me okay?
Yes, you may speak.
Thank you. I'm with the Western Propane Gas Association. I'm going to talk very quickly. I implore you to look at renewable propane. It's sustainable, not a fossil fuel, not methane, and it's an organic source. It's affordable, resilient. A home running on entirely renewable propane can dramatically cut greenhouse gas emissions even more than an all-electric home. I have the data. So again, Western Propane Gas Association is provided by consultant Consul. We can get to net zero quickly and work along with other clean energy options, solar, electric. So it's not one or the other, but deploy all clean energy solutions. We're committed to 100% renewable propane by 2030, taking 2.26 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions off the road, or averted 537,000 cars off the road. Please consider all clean energy solutions, particularly when you have an affordable, fungible option like renewable propane that can be deployed as early as 2024.
Thank you.
Next we have is Jack Vorkin.
Thank you so much. My opinion is that this plan is deeply flawed in at least two aspects. First, it directly attacks the well-being of Half Moon Bay residents, most of whom use gas stoves and furnaces. Your dictatorial threat to cut gas supply carries an existential threat to the middle and low-income citizens. You need to think and be compassionate with people who are retired, many of whom are on very limited incomes, and also people who clean your toilets and mow your lawns. Second, this plan is intrinsically racist because it targets and it will negatively affect our Hispanic residents who do not and will not have the means for this transition. Finally, at the very least, you owe Half Moon Bay citizens a referendum on this electrification plan. I'm sure we'll defeat it because it's purely dictatorial. Don't play along with the dictators, play along with your people.
Thank you.
I'm done.
Bill Balsam is the next gentleman.
Hi, my name is Bill Balson. I'm a resident of Half Moon Bay. I've got 40 years of professional experience in the energy and environmental community. California faces an electric reliability crisis. It's illustrated by the rolling blackouts last year. These are not the PSPS blackouts, but rolling blackouts to deny delivery of energy because they didn't have the energy and capacity to do it. Retrofit provisions are likely to have dire unintended consequences. They're likely, for example, to increase emissions, not decrease emissions. And that's because people will defer upgrading appliances and they will evade the rule as much as they can. It's likely to result in dramatic increases in heating costs. And it'll do that because electric prices are going up rapidly. Even with the increase in natural gas prices, it's going up higher. Thank you.
Okay, next we have is Les Damon.
You're muted, Les.
I'm muted. Can you hear me?
Yep. Go ahead.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I sent a letter earlier to the council, and I'd like to just comment on some of the highlights. The equity issue on costs, I think that's something that is very important, and for a council that has been focusing on equity issues for low-income, Hispanic, elder people. I think the costs are very high, and therefore I think that the ordinance, at least for a replacement for the appliances, should be postponed several years. I also want to emphasize the reliability issue that we've had blackouts here the last several years. And until California can supply everybody with reliable electric power, I think the timing of this is off. And of course, costs are the really big issue, both for the new equipment, as well as the cost of heating. Right now, this year, the cost of heating with electric power is twice that of natural gas. Thank you.
Thank you, Les.
Next we have, I'm going to chop this up, Bruce Nagel. Nagel.
Bruce, you are muted. There you go. We got you.
This has been an interesting discussion. I'm Bruce Nagel. I work for a number of sustainability organizations in Santa Clara and San Mateo County, and I live in Mountain View. We recognize the fact that we have to get to zero emissions by 2045. The only fuel that we have that can do that at this point, in a broad study from what we've seen, is going electric. We've got to figure out some way to address this. The issues of equity are clear that we need to address that. We don't want to pose a situation of making it too expensive for those in the lower income brackets. The challenge is twofold. One is that if you decide you're going to go electric, all gas, and you think it's going to save you in terms of when the power goes out, you have to remember that they have electric starters. And so you don't quite get what you think. Anyway, there's some further thought that needs to go into understanding how to make this all work. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Next, I have H. McDivitt. There you go.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor Brownstone and council members. My name is Hunter. I'm an 18-year-old attending Homestead High School in Sunnyvale. I want to applaud you for considering this ordinance and urge you to adopt it. Climate change has been a deep concern of mine most of my life, and I think it's increasingly becoming a concern of everybody with the fires that we had in 2020 and all of that. And I recognize that there are some financial difficulties involved in this. All I can really say is that nothing worth doing is ever easy. You have done the work and you've put in the equity safeguards, and the fact of the matter is that these changes are going to be mandated by the state, and in the long term, you'll be helping everyone in Half Moon Bay by adopting this ordinance now. Thank you.
Next is Frank Vento.
Hello, thank you, Mayor and City Council. I agree with the new construction part of it, not the retrofit part of it. I think the costs are going to be prohibitive, and as far as the commercial buildings and the multifamily buildings in town, the apartment complexes, the low-cost housing that's in town, is maybe the city should start with all of their buildings first, start with all the county-owned buildings, and then come back next year or the year after when they're done with those projects and readdress this ordinance that that you guys are looking at to impose. And where's the more power going to come from? Has PG&E built any new power plants to supply this power? Because I live in Pescadero, I work in Half Moon Bay, and we were out 5 weekends in a row because PG&E couldn't supply power. So I don't think it's a good idea to implement this currently. Thank you.
Next we have is Frank Garrity.
Hi, this is Frank in Half Moon Bay. But before I start the timer, I just need you to know that both my wife, Doreen, and I would like to speak, but we have one computer, can only raise our hand once. So I would like to, after I'm done, and I will be less than a minute, please call Doreen immediately after I speak. So if you could start my timer now, I'd really appreciate that. Good evening, Mayor Brown. Good evening, Mayor Brownstone and council members. Tonight, I urge you to pursue this issue very slowly and very cautiously. Every city that I know of, San Mateo, San Francisco, Berkeley, etc., is looking at new construction only. None are demanding that existing homes and buildings be converted. There is no reason for rushing Half Moon Bay into this. There is no benefit to being first. This will impact people's lives, their stress and comfort, and their finances in a dramatic and negative way. It will cost tens of thousands of dollars for the average homeowner. It will cause a lot of personal work and stress. Due to the high costs and the contractor shortages, there will most likely be many unpermitted jobs performed by do-it-yourselfers replacing gas appliances under the radar. Ordering the electrification of existing homes and buildings would be harmful to the citizens of Half Moon Bay, the very citizens whose interests you are charged to protect. Do not rush into this. Thank you very much. And now I'd like to turn it over to Doreen and have you restart the clock. Thanks.
Welcome, Doreen.
Hi, thank you. First of all, I would like you to please consider grandfathering gas fireplaces into this ordinance. I'm sure there are hundreds, if not thousands of homes that have gas fireplaces in their homes. I'm sure several homes, including ours, depends on their gas fireplace to heat up a portion of, if not the entire home. Burning wood is not allowed, and electric fireplaces are not an effective source of heat. I spoke to an electrician and a general contractor on how I would convert my fireplace to electric. They both said that there's no way to preserve our stone or a glass mantle. It would have to be completely demolished. The cost would be astronomical, upwards to $35,000 or more. This would be on top of all the expenses that I would have to incur. These future expenses will make it near to impossible to sell your home at market rate. No future buyer will buy a home in Half Moon Bay if they see that electrification is required and hasn't been completed by the seller. I'm also in agreement electrification for new development, but not for existing homes or buildings. Thank you for your time.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Drew. Appreciate it.
Next is Adrian Etherton. Go ahead.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Adrian Etherton, I'm a Half Moon Bay resident with over a decade working in local sustainability, though I do want to note that I'm only speaking as an individual here. Scientists have been telling us for decades that fossil fuels are causing climate change that will make the future unrecognizable, that to stop it, we must quit using fossil fuels by mid-century, and the sooner the better. The changes suggested will cost money, to be sure, but this is a crisis and we are already paying a very steep price for wildfires, floods, lost days outside due to terrible air quality, increasing insurance rates, and more. Sitting back and doing nothing is no longer an option. I want my young child to be able to grow up here, to enjoy our beautiful beaches and breathe clean air, and without taking serious action, that is very much in jeopardy. The ordinances the council is considering here are rational responses to this problem that acknowledge the time it will take to make this transition. By putting a plan in place and getting started, we're giving more than 2 decades of notice to transition off gas by 2045. We're preventing individuals and businesses from wasting money on appliances that prolong the problem and will become obsolete. I commend the city's leadership and urge you not to turn back. Thank you.
Next we have is Elijah Lore.
Hi, thanks. So yeah, I'm Elijah Lurie. I'm a freshman studying environmental science at UC Berkeley, but my home is Half Moon Bay. So when we look towards electrification, we might start to wonder, well, like, what if the grid goes down? But I just want to remember that most modern gas appliances depend on electricity to operate, so they can't be used during an electric power outage anyway. Also, gas is getting more and more expensive, even more so when inevitably a carbon price is going to be implemented. So sticking with gas is just going to pass on these rising prices to lower income people and renters. Also, renters can't just change their appliances when the cost of gas goes up, and people with low income can't easily afford to buy these new appliances. So everyone else might be able to switch when they want to, but these people are going to be locked into using expensive gas, which is not fair. Thanks.
Next we have is Lauren Weston. Sorry.
You're on mute, Lauren.
There you go. Sorry about that.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I am the executive director of Actera, an organization dedicated to supporting our communities and creating local solutions for a healthy planet. This agenda item presents a moment of much needed bold action, and thank you for considering its just transition. Actera cannot do our work in reducing emissions without the support and authority of leaders like you. We are facing an urgent humanitarian and existential issue, and so few of us have the authority to make broad impact. We are here to work with you to make all your futures brighter, all our futures brighter, healthier, and more sustainable. Personally, as a mother of a toddler, I urge you to help protect her future. This work matters. I just went all electric and it is possible. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah. Suzanne Emerson.
Good evening. Thank you for all your work on the proposed building electrification ordinance. I support adoption of the proposed ordinance, but my one concern is about the effective date for new construction. In my experience working as a green building consultant and a Greenpoint rater, construction project teams are accustomed to the applicable codes and regulations locking in on the date that the permit is accepted for filing. If I understand it correctly, the all-electric construction requirement would apply to a project that begins construction on or after January of 2023, regardless of when the permit was filed. This could create a situation where permits are accepted for filing in mid or late 2022 with gas piping and equipment indicated in the plan set, but then depending on when the actual construction begins, the project may or may not then have to be required to change their plans to not install gas. It seemed it would be much more consistent with the expectations of architects and builders to have a date certain for filing after which all plan sets must be electric. That way, everyone knows what the expectations are. maybe set it for March 1st for 2022 for single family and a couple months later for multifamily. Thank you.
Next is Natasha Elliott.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. As an employee of Rocket Farms in Half Moon Bay, a minority-owned company, a 92% minority-run organization, we oppose the electrification ordinance. We fear closure if passed as written. Change would require a full-scale infrastructure improvement on our part, something that we cannot take on at this time, thinking pandemic. We ask for a permanent exemption as the largest agricultural employer in the city. Thank you.
Yeah.
Next we have is David Seaton.
David, you are muted.
Yeah, I believe you are. Let's see if I can help him. There he goes. There you are.
I recently saw a big Caltrans sign that said, please share the road, blocking the bike lane and forcing riders to either go in the street or bushes to avoid it. Great intent. However, the implementation takes the easy way out and does ultimately create a net disservice to our community. You will be the first city council to cast a vote on an actual ordinance mandating the conversion of existing homes electric only in the United States of America. However, it's not for lack of effort from other nearby city councils. They're just leading in terms of incentivizing their residents instead of mandating them like a communist country. What this all comes down to has been raised by nearly every person in opposition. If this is so important to the city council during these times, why are you asking the community to front all of the costs and not putting any agency investments to assist outside of pointing out all the other groups that are actually providing incentives and rebates to spur this innovation? Why not put a little skin in the game and offer your own rebates and community incentives to speed up the conversion process if you believe in it so much, instead of mandating everybody to do something that's not demanded? So my question to you is, why not even give the appearance that you guys are putting any skin in the game and that you guys are financially backing this and supporting this?
That's time, David.
Our community to do this.
Thank you, David. Time's up.
Jim Sutro. Should be able to unmute. Jim, are you there, Sutro?
Can you unmute Jim?
Try again. Yep, there he goes. Go ahead.
Jim Sutro, downtown Half Moon Bay. My remarks are directed primarily to the listeners and the residents. It's very clear that climate change is real. It's been changing literally forever. What is much less clear is that humans are the cause of these changes. Very early in my training as a marine engineer, over 50 years ago, I was taught to always be able to pump water into your boiler and oil into your engine. In other words, I understand redundancy. The elimination of a key source of relatively clean energy removes and jeopardizes that concept. I have solar panels on my roof, a hybrid EV car in my driveway, a gasoline generator in my garage, and I have a very expensive, clean burning, very high efficiency natural gas water heater. It's got a condensate pump. Adoption of this ordinance virtually assures that at some stage, we're going to be starving in the dark. That's a much more likely outcome, in my opinion, than significant sea level rise. And I'm suspicious that at some level, population control is the true intent of this ordinance.
Thank you, Jim. Time's up.
All right, the next we have M. Fleming. Go ahead, you can speak.
Yes, I want to express my total opposition to this ordinance, particularly with respect to existing residences. And I want to highlight, you have no consideration for any senior citizens in the community. For someone who's a senior in their 60s, 70s, and 80s, this is totally overwhelming. I would never ask for government handouts and government subsidies because we're bankrupting this country as it is. As a senior, I have no intention of taking out loans or carrying debt to cover the expense of this. If I have accumulated any wealth or capital after 50 years of working, I want to choose how that money gets spent. And I don't want $50,000 going into gas conversions back over to electric. And I want to finally close and say, with the close down of fossil fuels and natural gas, we are going to see food shortages in this country.
Thank you.
Next, we have Crystal Wickham. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Brownstone, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Crystal Wickham. I'm speaking as a human. I live on Earth, and I am concerned about the climate crisis. I also live in Sunnyvale and advocate for climate action. The ordinances before you tonight regarding building electrification, EV charging, and solar panels make up a suite of policies that will be viewed from the future as necessary, obvious, and practical. I encourage you to adopt both ordinances in items 2A and 2B. By passing these ordinances now, you're preparing Half Moon Bay for the future. The earlier you provide the signal to residents and businesses, the better prepared they will be. It gives them time to plan and research options and has exceptions for low-income families. Cities that act later may not be able to offer as much time for their citizens as the effects of climate change worsens. Federal and state regulations, as well as monetary support to assist low and medium income residents, are likely to come perhaps sooner than many think. Thank you. I hope for your positive vote.
Thank you, Crystal.
Next we have is Virginia Turzin.
Thank you. First, I commend many of your accommodations except capping for existing residents. My preference, as stated previously, is these topics be put forth on the ballot and let the citizens decide. Some major issues are gas fireplaces and fire pits need to be addressed in Victoria's charts. I don't think the cost estimates were anywhere near accurate. PG&E is simply not reliable. I've been trying to get an electrician for several weeks to fix an outdoor electric socket. Unable to find an electrician. So I think there's a severe shortage of electricians, and I think their rates will skyrocket, the few that will actually do any work. And I also think this is incongruent with the notion of affordability for renters and new homeowners. Thank you.
Thank you, Virginia.
Next we have is Alan Strohmeyer.
Good evening. I'd like to state, first of all, we shouldn't, as small as our community is, we should not be trying to lead the country in the new gas regulations. It's absurd. You got to be practical in what's going on here. First of all, I think hearing some of the people here, some people have been drinking the Kool-Aid on this climate issue. Gas and oil is not going anyplace. It's the most sustainable way to provide energy to this country. And it's not going away anytime soon. Even Musk from Tesla has said the same thing. So to be trying to be creative and be ahead of the curve for this small community is absolutely absurd. You need options. Gas provides the most wonderful source of energy that you're going to have to heat your home. It's needed. And PG&E and the state of California can't take care of itself. They can't provide enough energy when things happen. Furthermore, these wildfires we have make the energy that this young lady was saying she's trying to save as a flea on a Tyrannosaurus Rex. It's so minuscule to the whole big scene of what's really happening in the country. You gotta be practical.
Time's up, Alan.
Common sense. Each one of you look at
Time's up, Alan.
20
Thank
years.
You.
Everybody on
Thank
that.
you, Alan. Alan, time's up. Alan, thank you.
Tom, the next person we have is Tom Cabot. Or Cabot, sorry.
Yes, thank you. I'm Tom Cabot, a Menlo Park Environmental Quality Commissioner, just speaking for myself tonight. I want to thank staff and council members for all the great work you're doing on this ordinance, putting together a plan that does show how to take these steps forward and shows other cities what can be done. As the last speaker just said, one city alone doing it isn't going to be enough. But the effort you're putting in here and the transparency that you're providing by showing how to do this analysis, how to take into consideration the transition measures that let the public adjust to it and get it done, that's the way to go. The work you're doing here is shining a bright electric light on our path forward, and don't let people gaslight you about slowing down. Thank you very much and keep up the great work.
Thank you, Tom.
I see Terry Leahy again. I'm not sure if I didn't pull her hand down or if it was somebody else wanting to speak, like the Garrity's. Let me just check on that. I apologize. I don't want to.
Hi. Yes, I would like to speak.
Okay. Did you?
Thank you. Thank you. Please vote no on this electrification ordinance as written. It is reasonable to electrify new homes, but do not require existing homes to electrify when replacing broken gas appliances, nor during a home remodel or expansion. In addition to the cost of retrofitting, electricity is not as reliable in California nor on the coast, and operating costs of electricity are higher than natural gas. Requiring existing homes to electrify will hurt the remodel industry, and it could lead to remodels without permits, which is bad for the city. We don't want to turn this into chaos. This ordinance as written will reduce the value of my home. There are many coastside homes outside the city limits that do not have this requirement. Such an ordinance needs to be done at the state or county level, not city level. Let's further help the planet as much as possible by better methods. Capping abandoned wells and controlling leakage at active wells would reduce the methane in the country much more than this ordinance, which would cost us a lot of money. Why are residences the first, existing residences, when businesses are likely to be producing, taking more giving us more of a hit? Let's look for better bang for the buck and efficiency and achieving our goals to help the environment. Do not pass this as it's written. Thank you.
Okay. And next we have is Kevin S.
Hello, yes, my name is Kevin Stadmeyer. I am a 40-year-old resident of Half Moon Bay, and I oppose this legislation. I have 2 young children. I have 2 plug-in electric cars. I have 12 kilowatts of solar panels. I have 40 kilowatts of battery storage. I think that climate change is an urgent problem. Nonetheless, I do oppose the legislation, as the reality is that 70% of global pollution comes from 100 companies. I believe the impact of this will be largely performative and negated by the additional materials, power generation, and distributions required by electrification within 24 years. The burden and cost of this outweighs the benefits at this point in time, but I sincerely look forward to the time when this legislation becomes a net benefit and will gladly support it at that point. Additionally, I agree the costs of conversion are much higher than predicted and that there is not an adequate number of HMB licensed contractors to perform the work. Thank you very much. Please do not pass this legislation as written.
Next is Half Moon Bay Bridge.
Oops.
Go ahead.
You know who that is. That's not a good thing.
It's recorded anyway. I hate hearing myself. I never want to hear that.
Okay, that's not, okay. Go ahead, Half Moon Bay Bridge, you're on.
Am I still here?
Yes, you are.
Yes. Okay, sorry. This is David Obloby, apparently. Anyway. There's not a lot I can add here, except that change is difficult. And people are talking about expense, for example. In El Granada, it's almost impossible to get home insurance now because of the pyro risk. And the pyro risk comes from where? Well, space lasers, I guess. So I want to commend you for pursuing this. I want to commend all of you for pursuing this and encourage you to do 2 things. One, having watched the Nextdoor thread and then tuned out when my head started to explode, you need to communicate better and more clearly with the public so that they're having discussions about what's actually going to happen as opposed to what they think is going to happen. And 2, I think you do need to pursue, I know the city cannot afford subsidization on their own, but I think you need to do a better job and a less casual job of getting funding for at-risk or low-income families. And that's all I got. Thank you so much.
Sure. Joe Fullerton.
Hi all, I really appreciate your time and attention on this matter. It's really important, and not only for our current residents and for our future residents, but for our broader community across California and the nation and the globe. I'm been a resident of Half Moon Bay since 2004. I work in the energy and sustainability field, and I'm a lifelong sufferer of asthma. And I think anybody that's really opposed to this doesn't really understand what it is to wake up in the middle of the night, writhing in pain and discomfort with those types of experiences. The issue of global climate crisis is real, it's happening, and we can take major steps to address that. We can take major steps to address the inequity of indoor air quality issues for those members of our community that have been marginalized. I really support this ordinance and urge you to do so as well. Thank you.
Now we have Scott Shell. Go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you all for your work on this. I'm with EHDD Architecture. We're an 80-person firm in San Francisco, practicing in San Mateo County and all over the Bay Area. We've been designing all electric buildings for 20 years now and found it to be a very reliable and cost-effective solution for our clients. This is an ambitious ordinance, and there are some costs involved. But it's where we find ourselves with the climate challenge, and there are very real costs to the climate impacts that we're all going to face and we're all going to bear. I've been electrifying my home. It cost me $2,600 to move from a gas to electric water heater, but there's about $1,500 to replace your gas water heater, and there's $3,000 of incentives. It's a win-win. California's electric grid is sized for a peak summer load. Most of building electrification is going to add to winter load, so it won't strain our grid. I urge you to support. Thank you.
Okay, next we have is Mr. Wonderful.
Hello, can you hear me over?
Yep.
Thank you. I'm going to talk about ethics. John Thomas, I've lived in and around Half Moon Bay for 28 years. Ethics. Employees of major public companies must submit to mandatory annual ethics training. The employee must agree to comply with all standards of behavior as a condition of continued employment. Breach of the conduct standards is ground for immediate termination without recourse. Lesson number one in the ethics training is about conflict of interest. Most flagrant example is collaborating with a vendor to optimize their revenues, also known as bid rigging. Worst version of bid rigging is when the vendor makes undisclosed payments linked to the new contract. Why is this relevant? City of Half Moon Bay has relied heavily on PCE for technical analysis in the ordinance. PCE will definitely have increased revenues from the electrification ordinance. PCE has offered $10,000 cash payment for consideration of their preferred ordinance. City of Half Moon Bay has not disclosed this offer. In the real world, you'd be fired. Thank you.
Next we have is Diane Bailey.
Good evening, Mayor Brownstone and council members, and thanks so much for the opportunity to comment. My name is Diane Bailey. I run a small community climate action organization called Menlo Spark, and I live in Belmont. Strongly support the proposed electrification ordinance. This is a much needed effort to transition all of us off of fossil fuels in response to the climate emergency that we're in. We're already feeling the impacts of climate change right here, and we're already paying an invisible cost of climate with increasing insurance rates for homes and businesses, with our health, canceled events from wildfire smoke, and increasing costs of water and gas utilities. And we're seeing a price spike right now with natural gas rates as we head into winter. This proposal includes a phased approach, allowing much more time and flexibility for care customers, affordable housing, as well as small businesses and some specialty businesses. This is a smart, equitable approach. As others have discussed, it won't impact our power reliability And as others have discussed, we can do this in an affordable way. Let's recognize that we're in a climate emergency and act accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have is Vic Borelli. There you go. You can unmute. See if I can help him on this end. Oh, Vic. How about we will go ahead and keep moving, and I'll see if we can help him. Let's keep going. Gina Zari.
Hi, Gina Zari, San Mateo County Association of Realtors. I first want to say that I think the limited time is very intimidating to residents, and I see that 95% of the comments in support of this are from out of the area. And I'm concerned about the residents that are insecure about talking to council and the limited time that they are given. But I would also like to thank staff, and I do appreciate the council's intentions on this. I know you mean well. I think Veronica has been fantastic, and I just want to put that out there. But I do think that the costs to mostly the older homes is exorbitant. The older homes, the older individuals, those on fixed income, elderly, those who are not well financially situated are the ones that are going to suffer from this ordinance. According to the study we did, it's going to cost the older homes and the older residents tens of thousands of dollars to over $100,000, and then that has to be considered. And I hope that you guys will please consider financing, figure out a way for these older individuals to figure this out, and please don't make them break the law. This is not fair. Please do something to help our older residents on fixed income. We represent hundreds of individuals and their clients, thousands of clients. Please do something to help the elderly people on fixed income to transition.
Thank you.
I'm going to try Vic one more time here. Vic Borelli. Vic, are you there?
Still muted.
Yeah.
All right, let's go on.
All right, we have DS, which I believe is Dave Shore. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Dave Shore, Half Moon Bay. Of course, I agree with and support all the environmental arguments about global climate change. You know that I'm on board with that. However, for this one, the impacts of the implementation are problematic. First of all, the figures that Veronica put out as far as cost, as others have mentioned, are way off. We've got a friend who last month put heat pumps in for space heating, which comprises 38 to 48% of gas use in the home. In Mountain View, 1,400 square foot house, $27,000. That's real world today's cost. That's what's going to be. And it's worse than that. So what if your 40-year-old furnace goes out and you're a family that's just scraping by? Maybe you can pull together $3,000 to put in a new 80% efficient gas furnace. You sure as hell can't find $27,000 under the couch. So you're going to go without heat. Beyond that, I'd like to ask you to exempt cooking appliances. Cooking appliances account for only 5 to 7% of natural gas use in the home. Asking people to spend $20,000 to get 90% of the bang for the buck, maybe it makes sense. Another $10,000 to get 5%? I don't think so. Please exempt cooking appliances. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Next we have is Haiti Marshall.
Sorry, I was unmuting.
Yeah, you're
here. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council Member, and members of the community. I live in downtown Half Moon Bay. I'm a longtime resident of San Mateo County. I'm a realtor at Redfin. While I believe that obviously global warming is real, I don't believe we are equipped to handle the installation of all these new appliances, remodels that all will be mandated. I'm a single mom trying to become a homeowner again, and now that may be just a fleeting goal, as I may be forced to have to use my own life savings for the electrification of my future new home if I even decide to stay here, as I am having major second thoughts about buying in Half Moon Bay, which is very sad as I just moved here almost 2 years ago. I also want to know, how are we planning on disposing of all these used appliances if we're thinking green? It seems to be a bit counterproductive. And defeating the purpose of the goal of this electrification plan. I also already have buyers with misleading information about purchasing here in the Bay Area and or California in itself, and they're having major second thoughts. What is the goal for educating the community? Thank you for the opportunity to address these concerns.
Thank you.
Next, we have Karen Wang.
Hi, my name is Karen Wang. Thanks for taking this up. I live in Montara and my kids go to school in Half Moon Bay, and I do all of my shopping in Half Moon Bay too. As the mom of 2 kids, I'm thinking about them having a livable future, and I commend you for considering such a forward-thinking, future-thinking ordinance. Please do the right thing and pass the ordinance. The cost of inaction on climate change is great for our community already and will be greater. The cost of poor indoor air quality is high for our children, and there are just so many hidden health costs of keeping things as is. I urge everyone on the council and those listening to realize that the economics of gas and electric are changing, particularly with solar and battery storage. I understand the equity issues and urge the council to do everything in their power to help residents access the incentives, loans, and programs that are already here, and the many more that are going to be coming. Having an ordinance like this will only increase the future availability of these sort of loans and incentives and programs.
You're over time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have is Jared Johnson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. I am a Bay Area resident and the Senior Manager of Policy and External Relations at Alcara, and on behalf of my organization, I support your efforts here tonight to create a comprehensive plan to tackle climate change. And as part of that plan, I urge you tonight to pass your combined reach code, a place on burnout and end of gas flow ordinance. The council should move towards adopting a single all-electric baseline for new buildings because all-electric buildings are cheaper to build and operate. This includes affordable housing buildings. To oppose to this point, the CEC's build program created by SB 177 will launch in 2021 and provide $60 million in direct incentives to propose for new electric housing. So the affordable housing community is already moving to go all electric, motivated by lower costs, government incentives, and reduced pollution. And also, I love that you recognize that gas is a fuel of the past and we need to fully decarbonize in order to protect ourselves from catastrophic climate change, and a place on burnout and a gas flow will be a major step towards that. So thank you for taking that major step tonight.
Next we have is Vic. Vic, are you there?
You're on mute, Vic.
Mute. Hang on.
I just unmuted you.
You're unmuted. You're ready to go.
We hear you.
Great. Thank you. Sorry, I'm a 61-year-old homeowner in Half Moon Bay, very technically inept. I apologize.
We're listening.
So there's a delay, and hopefully you can hear me.
We hear you perfectly, no delay.
Okay. So I would just like to take umbrage and point out that, first of all, we're very taken aback by the fact that we are just finding out about this, like right before you're going to vote, number one, and that you've given such a large forum to people that are not even property owners or residents of the area. And this reminds me very much of what happened with the Coastside Inn, homeless center, and so forth. And I just want to say I concur with the opponents to this measure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next we have is Nick Barvo.
Bavaro.
That was a weird delay.
Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Council. This is Nick Bavaro with Rocket Farms.
And I've been listening to most of the conversations this evening, and a lot of conversation have spoke to equity. I just want to point out something that's very relevant to us as at Rocket Farms and to the community of Half Moon Bay. We are a minority owned and operated and run company registered with the federal government as one. And this ordinance as written will, it's in excess of $8 million to make that transition to electric. And then the cost of running the electricity for our boilers in place of our boilers, it's just not practical. It is not an option, and it will force Rocket Farms to take a much more aggressive stance. I'm sure you have received our letters from our attorney and our company, and we stand very strong in opposition of this ordinance as it's written. And
time's up, Nick.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Lance Amato.
Hey, good evening, everyone. My name is Lance Amato. I'm a homeowner in Half Moon Bay. I also own a business in Half Moon Bay. And I'm actually in the HVAC industry. And the numbers that are being provided are off. I do believe, first off, in green technology. We support that and we promote that in our industry. But I think that right now, with the way the infrastructure and how everything is laid out, we're not there to go ahead and start doing changes of existing homes and so forth. I think moving forward with new construction, I'm all for that. That's fine, even at the detriment of my business. So that's all I'd like to say. I think that the numbers, though, based upon therms versus KW, are way off from the reports that you've provided, and you should take a look at that further. And if you need any assistance, I'm happy to volunteer. Thank you.
Thank you, Lance.
Robert Whitehair.
Mayor Brownstone, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am a longtime sustainability advocate in San Mateo County, and I live in San Mateo. My wife and I decided that at our age, I'm in my 70s, as is my wife, that it was time to start redoing our home. And the first thing we looked at was the water heater, and that the cost of replacing that water heater was identical to the cost of replacing a gas water heater. We went with a heat pump water heater, and the operating costs are identical to the gas water heater. We also replaced our heat cooking with electric. Again, the costs of operation are identical. We also are in the process of looking at replacing the gas fireplace, and we fortunately have electricity nearby, and we'll be able to replace that at a low cost. The cost of replacing these components are good and easy if there's planning ahead like we did. And we urge everybody on this call to think ahead, and we also have an ambassador program through Mental Spark. Thank you for your time.
Sven Thiessen. Go ahead.
Evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you very much for all the time you spent with this. My name is Sven Thiessen. I'm in Palo Alto as a father, chemical engineer, business owner, and man of faith. I'm speaking for myself this evening. In summary, I'm in strong support of this REACH code, particularly in the new construction all electric buildings and all electric vehicle charging infrastructure for apartments and condos. Personally, my wife and I have lived in an all electric home since it was built in 2011. Having lived in a natural gas home prior to this one, we find that our electric home is cheaper to operate, more convenient, more comfortable, and safer. Safer because with children, and I know this because my kids grew up in the house, that it's really hard to burn oneself on an induction stove, and safer again because the air quality with our induction stove is far superior to that of having the natural gas-fired stove inside. That Stanford just came out and measured a whole bunch of gas stove homes, and the air quality indoors is terrible. Long-term natural gas.
Time's up, Sven.
Sorry. Thank you. Good luck, guys. Be of courage.
Gina Bay.
Hi, this is Gina. I am a resident of Half Moon Bay. I do just want to raise the question about the people that were like planted on this call that are obviously not serving the residents of Half Moon Bay. I think moving forward, they should speak last and the residents should speak first. My next question is, who's going to pay for this? I'm not willing to take out a loan that's going to end up costing more than the cost of the retrofitting for the city's pet projects. And the litigation involved with this could bankrupt our city council, our city even further. So I would like to know, what are the plans for city to subsidize this beyond the incentives that are being proposed from the government? The other thing I want to bring up is I think that the existing home should be grandfathered in for any of the exclusions, and information on the data on the emissions. I would like that shared, along with how they are expecting care plans to be impacted through PG&E and the more infrastructure for the electricity. So if you could share that, that would be great. Thank you.
Next we have is John Olam. Go ahead. Go ahead, John.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm totally down with the policy goals here and with the logic behind them. But as you can see, this kind of stuff generates a lot of controversy in the community. And I really got to think that there's other equations that you need to be asking yourself. Is the amount of good that you can accomplish with this really worth the controversy that it causes in our community? And is there a better use for time? This looks like an incredible amount of time is being tied up, a lot of bandwidth on the part of staff and everybody here for something that seems like it'd be relatively little gain. So I'm not really arguing the merits either way of this particular rule that you want to create. But I'm saying that the path you're going down creates a lot of unnecessary angst in the community. And this one is more suited for the state level. Thank you for my 1 minute.
Thank you, John.
Sean Armstrong next.
Hello, thank you, Council, very much for taking up this timely, incredibly important issue. My children's grandmother died in the Tubbs fire in Santa Rosa, and it's been hitting me every year how important it is that we take action. After the closing of COP26 just now, we've learned that we are on course for truly dramatic, catastrophic climate change in the life of my own children and myself. I'm just 45. So I'm a consultant to affordable housing developers. What I've found as a cost containment, cost estimator, I found that the least cost way to build is all electric. That's why it's the dominant way of building in the South. 8 in 10 homes in 2017 built in the South, like Georgia, Florida, et cetera, we're using heat pumps. Right now, 88% of dryers in the United States are heat pumps. 61% of stoves, electric resistance dryers, 88%. 61% of stoves are electric stoves. This has been the majority of water heaters and space heaters since 1970. They've been electric. So this is the way our whole country is moving. I encourage you to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
Next we have is Elsa Schaefer.
Thank you, and for showing me how to unmute. My family and I love being here in Half Moon Bay. It is such a beautiful as well as warm community. And I would just love to say I am so grateful that the City Council is considering this ordinance. I so hope at some point it passes no matter what, because I do know that, having done the math, that over time, electrifying is less expensive than continuing with polluting fossil fuels. that if we put our heads in the sand, it's only going to get worse, not better. I work in healthcare, and I've seen way too many children with asthma end up time after time after time, costing often the state $16,000 per visit to the ER. If we allow this to get worse, it's just going to cost us more. And any money you ask City Council to put into it is our taxpayer dollars. Please pass this ordinance.
Thank you, Elsa. And we're going to stop at Brianna. So I'm sorry, Mueller there, but she's going to be a last speaker.
Okay, last speaker of the night is Brianna Duart.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak before the night closes. I appreciate it. I'm Brianna. I'm the Beneficial Electrification Associate at Actera, a nonprofit servicing the Bay Area located in Palo Alto. I am in favor of this ordinance. Half Moon Bay is located on the coast, and there's a lot of erosion on the coast due to climate change. So I would remind you to please preserve efforts of your beautiful city to help keep it pretty for future generations to come. Also, induction and other non-gas appliances are much more efficient and cost-effective than the gas appliances. They reduce less emissions for not only the children to decrease asthma amounts, but also to decrease the greenhouse gas emissions as well. As people were saying before, that the induction homes have much less gas pollution than the gas stoves do. And so I urge you to think of our children, of future generations, and of the coastline as well in this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Brianna. And that's it for public comments. We'll close public comments now. Thank you for everybody. Really appreciate everyone sticking to the time limit. That's why I was able to add some folks at the end, an extra 10 minutes. Does staff need time to collect their thoughts to answer some of the questions that came up here and come back?
You know, Mayor, I don't know if we heard too many questions. There maybe was one or two. We'll certainly let you, the council, guide us at this point.
Yeah, so if you're ready to go, let's first answer some of those questions.
Well, I honestly, there were very few questions.
Okay.
I would say this, and my recommendation, and we can certainly take a whack at a couple of the questions that came out there, but I do think that the public comment certainly probably raised additional questions on your part, that also part of the question and also part of your deliberation. And perhaps it might be beneficial to proceed into that conversation. And some of those questions may not even be an issue in the end, because it'll be answered by policy direction from the council tonight.
Okay.
Just a suggestion.
Yeah. First of all, council members, would you like a 5-minute break before we dig into deliberations? Because we've been going for about an hour and 40 minutes here. So, sound good? Well, I should make it a 7-minute break. So how about we come back at 9:50? Good? Great. So let's begin deliberations. Councilmember Penrose.
I believe Councilmember Ruddock had her name up, hand up first.
Oh, okay. Great. Vice Mayor Reddick.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions actually for staff. We heard from Suzanne Emerson, which I think is an architect. She was talking about confusion over projects in process and made a suggestion about the language being changed to date for filing permits in order to clarify when things apply to projects in process. So I'd like an answer to that. And then I would like an answer to, talking about exchange of appliances, the burnout issue, and then all electric new appliances. How would the city actually enforce those things? I mean, somebody decides to go out and buy, a new refrigerator, a new stove or a second water heater or something. I don't know how we even enforce those sorts of things. So I'd like to hear your take on that as well. So those are two questions. And then I'm assuming we're going to go through the issues again, one by one, like we did previously. So thank you if you can shed some light on those questions.
Sure. And Mayor, would you, do you want to just go from each council person?
Yeah, let's hear
those,
yeah,
or,
great. Yeah,
or put them all together?
No, let's hear the answers.
Okay. Well, I'll give you I'll try. Do my best. And Veronica will jump in and others as well. But let me just say that we appreciate Suzanne's comments. And I think we actually spent quite a bit of time working with both Jill, the community development director, and the department and legal on crafting the ordinance in the way we did. And I think what's lost maybe by some folks who don't regularly work in the coastal zone is that realistically, when we set the schedule for basically having building permits issued by January of 2023, it was built on the basis of most of our projects require coastal development permit. And because of process schedule and all those things, realistically, you're looking at a February or March cutoff for 2022 to file, or you're probably not going to meet those requirements, and you will file it basically as an electrified building in essence, because you're just not going to likely get there. We certainly are open to modifying the ordinance, and if council wishes to direct a specific deadline for filing of, say, March 1st of 2022, for example, we would be happy to make those changes and deal with that. But honestly, the ordinance written was based on our circumstances, the Coastal Act, the coastal development process, and the timing with that. I would say this, if I could, with regard to the applicant for the property at Kelly and Main Street. I think their issue is a very unique one and very specific to them. And in fact, they've filed a vesting tentative map, which would preclude the application of this ordinance upon them based on that filing and assumed approval. So I think they are absolutely fine as it relates, and other projects theoretically could file in the same manner. And larger projects also could theoretically file and ask for exemption under a development agreement from the city council. So there are, existing statutory ways in which projects coming into the pipeline very soon could ask for consideration of modification or exemption. But with regard to that specific applicant, they're in good. They seem in good shape and shouldn't be concerned about that.
I just want to avoid the situation where people are already well into the process, have their drawings and everything,
yeah,
and then are sent back to square one. I mean, I don't think that's fair.
I agree, but if we're going to apply it, you have to establish a deadline at some point, and that's a policy decision. But we would, if you want folks to know that, and your expectation as the council is to have new projects start to implement this by January of 2023. Then March, roughly the 1st of March is where really the deadline should be set. And you can absolutely clear that. If you're okay pushing that out beyond the January 2023, then that's a different deadline time. And, you know, so we're open to talking about that.
And John, right now, the way it's written, it's January 2023. So when we can show that chart, as Councilmember Ruddick said, we're going to circle back to all these exemptions, and Veronica will show that chart when we get back to that one.
Which again, based on effectively, basically is a rough filing deadline of probably February or March of 2022 in order to meet those requirements, because under the way the ordinance is written, it's not only obtaining all your entitlements and permitting, but you also have to have your, obviously your allocation in place from Measure D allocation, and you have to have building permits issued before January 1, 2023. So that's why we were, you know, not relying upon an absolute drop dead time. It was a realistic time though. With regard to the exchange of appliances, I think this is a very important question and a very realistic one. I think in prior information provided out to the council and to the community, we acknowledge that on the whole, we only get permitting for about 10% of water heaters, for example, and that's pretty much the industry standard around the state of California. So we're not better or worse than anyone else. We're basically where we are, and so that is a challenge and issue. And honestly, we're not sure how we would really resolve this issue. There are in terms of enforcement, there are ways to address this. One is you could have a certification program at the time of sale, time of change of occupancy. So there are pathways to basically ensure that certain things are done and they're being dealt with. There are other things that we've suggested were possibilities, which was to modify the local building ordinance to require permits for certain things that don't currently require them, like a change out of a stove or a change out of a dryer, for example, to that. But again, neither of those are going to be really very effective if people are not intent on complying and getting permits for those. So we're back to this point of really looking at some form of process of ultimately checking in, and that is an extremely time-consuming and costly process to the city and staff. Is really a very, very big program to start to take on.
Yes, thank you for that. You know, right now I'm leaning to taking out the exchange of appliances and new appliances for the time being. For those reasons, it seems to me that work has to be done on the issue, and it might be better addressed through, you know, education and outreach and incentives, as opposed to, you know, spending a lot of time coming up with a process where people are going to do their darndest to avoid it in any case. So,
if I could, I think for the council and community, I think it's important to also keep in mind that in basically in next year, and you know, and we are looking at in 2023 a new building code coming, a new model building code and energy code, all of the component pieces. We expect some significant changes and adjustments to occur for that. And certainly, it may certainly be valuable to delay and wait to see what the state actually does across the board to implement some of these things and deal with it. Because again, that's the market will be dependent in part on the size of the marketplace. And so I think when the state, and if the state takes some more bold actions with regard to this, that will certainly assist and provide opportunities to implement more inclusive electrification.
you for those questions, Vice Mayor, and thank you for the responses, John. Greatly appreciated. Councilmember Penrose.
Yeah. In regards to the last issue, I don't think that it's a good excuse to say because people will break the law, we should therefore not have a law. That's the same as saying it's okay to drink while you're driving until we make a law, and then we make a law and you don't comply, we might as well get rid of the law because nobody's going to comply with it. That's a specious argument as far as I'm concerned.
I'd like to respond and say that I'm not saying you don't have a law. I'm saying you take some time, to figure out, is there a way to do this? And would it be any better than an incentives program and doing outreach? I like the idea very much of Menlo Sparks' ambassador program. I think we have to educate people on the benefits of when they, need to buy a new appliance, replacing it with electric. I live in an electric home. I think people should live in electric homes. But, I think we should approach this in a way, to me, like remodels, make sense, especially major remodels, because that's basically new construction. When you talk about new construction, yes, there's brand new construction. But if you're like adding 700 square feet to your home, to me, that's like new construction. That's in many cases, like 1/3 of the size of a home in Alsace-Lorraine or someplace. So what I don't want to do is create a backlash or set unreasonable expectations. When I think people need education, outreach, and incentives. So, I'm not saying we don't have a law, because people don't like laws. I'm not saying that at all. I'm considering a very big law tonight, which I intend to pursue. But, parts of it make sense now, and parts of it I think make sense, with a little more work, and a little more education. So that's all I'm saying.
Okay, and my response to that is people have known about climate change. People have experienced the effects of climate change. You are not going to do any better at educating folks than they've already been educated. It's in the news every day, in every form. The folks that do not believe in climate change, their minds aren't going to be changed. Their children will die because of it if they don't do something. I'm looking at what is critical here. What is really critical? What is critical is that we get on it, that we do everything we can to fight the thing that is going to kill our grandchildren if we don't get on it. And every day we don't do something about it is a day lost. So, I don't buy that argument. I don't think more education and more outreach is at all necessary. This process that we've been doing has been going on for a year. That's long enough for me. The other comments I wanted to make were about remodels. Any remodel that includes a new kitchen or a new water heater needs to be electric. The same as any new building, whether it's a 500 or a 750 square foot remodel. If it's going to put a new kitchen in, it needs to be electric. And those are my two comments for right now.
Thank you, Councilmember Penrose. Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you. Interesting comments today. I think most of our meeting today, we've been talking about equity. From the time we started at 6 o'clock, equity kept coming up many times. And even to right now, to this, part of our meeting, equity continues to come up. I mean, I do believe in climate change. I want a safer future for my children my kids, I don't have any grandkids right now. But, I have a large, extensive family, some very young. But sometimes, my thing is about being able to survive right now. Surviving right now. Right now is what matters. There's a struggle in our community, talking about equity, talking about our senior citizens that live on a fixed income. Talking about, it's going to be a point where we're going to lose part of our community, that live in old homes, because they're not going to have $60,000, to retrofit their homes. So they're going to have to sell their homes and move out of here. I'm okay, for the new construction to be all electrical. All the new construction, we can start working on it right now. But in Half Moon Bay, we have old homes that were built in the, what is the oldest home in Half Moon Bay? Built in the early 1900s? If we go back to the 50s, 60s, those homes, to be able to retrofit them, what is going to be the cost? If it's a newer home, maybe something that was built in the 90s, early 2000s, maybe it's not big of a deal. But for some of the older homes, it's going to be a cost. So there was several costs that I heard, somebody who has an old electrical home talked about $60,000. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money for our community, especially when you're in a fixed income. If you remodel kitchen, anything, I think, going all electrical should be part of the expense. But yes, forcing our community to go all electrical at this time, especially like I mentioned, for the ones on a fixed income, I'm not okay with that. I'm not going to force anybody to go all electrical when they're on a fixed income. That they go all electric, it could mean they could lose their home. They have to move out of Half Moon Bay. So I'm not okay with that. A lot of the comments that I heard from people that are actually for electrical, all electrical, they were younger generations, younger that have a whole life ahead of them to continue to work, to pay for the extra expenses, to go all electrical. Like I say, I do believe in climate change. I do believe in sea level rising, but I believe more in our community. I believe that we have to be able to implement equity, just like we've been talking about equity. Or fixed income community, I'm not going to force them. I'm not okay with that. I have to respect, they change, when they're able to afford it. Not even on burnout, not even, to that point. If they're not able to afford, if they to replace, then I'm okay. They can replace it when they're able to do it. I have to give them that. If we have to put on the ballot to make the community decide if they want to go, electrical, as Half Moon Bay, I'm okay with that too. Make everybody make a decision. Let's be democratic about it. There's a lot of things going on in the world. A lot of things. Half Moon Bay, we have 12,000, close to 12,000 population. What kind of a change can we make? I love the coast. I love that. I've been here for 34 years. I love the coast. But I also believe in my community. I also believe, that we will have the right to make the changes as we go along. Talking about, there's programs, I believe state, federal programs that can help you, with this. Let's do the numbers. I'm not really good at math, not good at all. But let's just say how many single single family homes do we have in Half Moon Bay? Out of those single family homes, how many of those homes have to be retrofitted? What will be the cost, for the city of Half Moon Bay, for county, the state, or federal government to provide some support, financial support for those many homes, to become all electrical? It's going to be a high cost. There's another need in Half Moon Bay. We're talking about equity. There's another need. As much money we can invest in helping our community right now to go all electrical, if it was me, I would make a decision. I would rather use the money to build new homes, for our community that will be all electrical. That's where I put my money, not in doing, electrifying all homes in Half Moon Bay. That's going to cost from $60,000 to $100,000 to do so. Multiplied by how many homes need to be do that. I think it'd be cheaper to build new homes. I mean, if you do the math, let's just do it. So on replacement, I will leave it up to the owners. New construction, let's do all electrical on the new construction. And if we need to, I'll take it to the ballot. I'll support my community based on when they want to be all electrical. It will be up to them. We have a fixed income community, and I have to respect that.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Jimenez. Councilmember Rohrabaugh, you did have your hand up before. Now it's down. So are you keeping it down or up? Just wanted to be sure. I want to make sure you hear from everyone at least once before we. I'm sorry, Councilmember Rohrabaugh, you are on mute.
Okay. My computer crashed. I missed some of the meeting, and my hand was up. Am I next? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't want to get into a big philosophical discussion about climate change. I think it's obvious to me that we have to consider getting rid of fossil fuels. I'm fully in favor of this ordinance. I would like to try to answer the three questions that Veronica posed that we need to decide. The first had to do with this minor technical issue of, do we impose a deadline for permit sets to be considered so that the construction that starts January 1st of 2023 is all electric? It seems to me to have no surprises. John, I think, was okay with the idea that by March 1st of 2022, that would be the deadline for the latest that you could submit permits or plan sets that would include gas-fired appliances. After that, you couldn't do that.
This is for new construction, right? You're talking about.
Yeah, I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay, that's good.
I just wanted to highlight that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, keep that up. Okay. And then the second item that I'd like to opine on is that I agree that we should not allow an extended delay for commercial kitchens. So we don't want to go there with all kinds of exemptions. If we really do believe that we got to get rid of fossil fuels, we got to get rid of fossil fuels. So I would not be in favor of an extended delay for commercial kitchens. And what the definition of a major remodel, I would think 500 square feet, based partly on what Veronica presented today, is a reasonable requirement for what we would call a major remodel. I think that answers, that's at least my input into this discussion.
Great. Okay, Vice Mayor Reddick, then I'll go.
Yeah, I had asked staff to put together information on what we've been doing in terms of solar installations. John or Veronica, do you have that information for tonight?
Yeah, I do have it. It's actually in our presentation for EV and PV, but I stuck it in the back of this as well. So here you can see these are the solar permits that we've issued for any residential buildings, whether that's new or just the solar panels are new. So you can see, especially 2020, I think after the PSPS events, there was quite a bit. But here's the list year by year.
I know, by the way, there's also been some weird issues with PG&E pushing for not being allowed to get the rebates for what's taken off the grid for solar panels. So we'll see where that lands, but trying to take all the initiative out of that, initiative about that, which doesn't happen. I had a few observations.
Mayor, if I could on that one, just to be clear to the solar, the EV, PV obviously is a separate item and will that is scheduled. But I think it's important to just clarify here that under that EV, PV, we would only apply the solar requirements would be for new construction. So that would not be applicable to retrofits, to remodels and everything. I think that's an important piece. Just for peace of mind to understand that. And that it's, there's a lot of moving parts here. Just wanted that to be understood.
No, I appreciate that clarification. I appreciate that clarification. Thanks a lot, John, for that. The other observations I would make, I also noticed, council members Jimenez's observation that we sure talked a lot about equity at the beginning of our meetings when we talked about coastline recovery initiatives, and really we're very grateful for all the focus on equity. On this issue, I feel the equity issue is what's really bothered me from the very start. And when I've seen a lot of the commentary or letters that we got, people are using a very similar term. They kept saying, well, yeah, we have equity guardrails in place. And I'm not confident that we have clear and adequate equity guardrails in place. I've seen some rebate stuff. I see that, in the future, there might be better rebates. Some things were covered nicely, perhaps with a rebate, but it's kind of all over the place, as were a lot of what people were saying were their estimates. I also observed that I was trying to keep a little bit of a track. The people who were not Half Moon Bay residents, it was running 8-1 in favor of this ordinance. So folks who are calling in who are outside of Half Moon Bay were 8-1 in favor of this ordinance. Of those who are from Half Moon Bay and are therefore affected directly by this ordinance, it was running over 3-1 against this ordinance. So those aren't small numbers, because we did have a lot of people contributing this evening, a lot of people stating their opinions. So I thought that was interesting that the folks who live here, their comments were running 3-1 against. So that's important to me, in terms of weighing an ordinance affecting the people who elect us. That issue about being able to enforce this, I think it's a pretty good issue. That's, John, you brought up a good statistic that as it stands now, only 10% of people get permits for replacing water heaters and other appliances. And then Councilmember Penrose, you said, well, so you don't pass a law, people don't obey it. And I didn't find your comparison to drunk driving really persuasive. I mean, yeah, there's huge penalties for drunk driving. People get caught. They find out, they go to jail, they get fined, they get their driver's licenses taken away. Some people might try and get away with that, but boy, is there a huge penalty for that. So I found that analogy just didn't really work for me. And so then the question becomes more, Is it a gesture to pass an ordinance like this that causes a lot of stress in the community? If it's really almost impossible to enforce in any way possible, at least to the extent that makes sense. But, you know, that's the way I saw it. I really thought, I agree with Vice Mayor Ruddock's suggestion that we might just want to take out the exchange of appliances pieces for now until there's at least a much clearer sense of where those equity guardrails are and what kind of burden this is putting on the people who can least afford making these changes. And, you know, it's one thing to replace an appliance. It's one thing to have to replace a whole electrical panel because you have an older house. So, I mean, none of those issues have really been resolved. And it just feels like a nice gestures forcing that. But I also agreed with when one of the folks who's called today say, why do we keep putting so much time and effort into something that's going to cause all this conflict in the community? And by the way, one just little bit of just comment about appliances. A couple of people said, hey, gas appliances, you know, because they said if there's no electricity, they're not going to work anyway. I just want to point out, if you have a gas water heater in your house, you don't need electricity. The water pressure goes down and the pilot goes on from the gas. You don't need electricity for your gas water heater to work. If you have a gas stove and maybe you have one of those little electric igniters, some are battery or operated, well, if that's not working, all you need is a match. So I wasn't quite sure of the experts who were calling in saying electricity shuts those all off. So I just wanted to throw that in there. All right, so those are my comments. Those are my observations. I'm strongly in favor of taking out the exchange of appliance because that's what seems to be where all the disagreement is. Let's focus in a lot on, you know, the new construction. 100% for that. Doesn't put any burdens. If anything, it's a lot cheaper to get that done when you're building a house. So,
Mr. Mayor, I should just suggest sort of a more orderly discussion of the individual points and go around like we did.
Yeah, I'm ready to go back to those because other people made some observations. So yeah, I felt like making a couple in there to frame some of my thinking and observations. And also that bigger point about where all the comments were going, because I really want to strongly consider the comments from the public, which we have quite a few, 75 people speaking tonight, I think so. Okay, so let's go back through the points. You want to bring those back up?
Veronica, are you ready to bring up the pertinent tables and we can help guide the council through point by point?
Yeah, I just have that slide. I didn't prepare a table per se. Here you go.
I guess I was also referring to the tables where you show the exemptions and when things.
Go back to the start with the residential. I think this is the place where probably the policy points are the easiest to deconstruct from with that. And I guess what clearly what we heard from your comments as well as the community's comments was, I think, consensus on the new construction, I think is okay to move forward with. But what we did need is some clarity on what the deadline, and if you wish to put, say, the March of 2022 deadline for filing of the applications or a date of that nature or something different from that point. So it's kind of two issues related to the all electric, one affirming yes, and two, what is the deadline for those in process that you want us to consider and put forth in an ordinance revision.
Just a reminder that Suzanne actually offered two dates, one for single family would be March and multifamily like May or June. So she thought that there should be two.
I would say from the staff perspective, we don't see that being, I would actually, frankly, I'd reverse those because multifamily takes a heck of a lot longer to work through and deal with it than the single family. But frankly, I would pick one date, and that makes it easy for developers, builders, contractors, everybody to understand what that is. Whether that's June 1, March 1, 2022, whatever that date may be, for example.
And just as a reminder, based on kind of where the discussion seems to be going this evening, I can assume that we would probably have to recommend a second first reading. So if the second first reading is at our first December meeting, the best case scenario would be second reading at the second December meeting. That would be the best case scenario. And then an ordinance doesn't take effect till 30 days later. So best case scenario, maybe February 1st. So I just wanted to throw that out there. So if you choose March 1st, you're giving someone 30 days. Just wanted that consideration when you pick the date.
Good call, Bob. Mm-hmm. And frankly, I'll lay onto that. January 1, 2023 was something the council had landed on, but that's also obviously a date that could be pushed as well to a date in light of the fact that the ordinance is going to be somewhat delayed in its implementation and effective date.
John, I thought that you had made the point that having a permit date was not important, since in effect, in reality, unless they got their permit in by March 1st, they wouldn't meet the January 1st, 2023 deadline. Did you not make?
No, so I think we're saying the same thing. What I'm hearing is a suggestion that we go ahead and include a deadline in there. There is nothing wrong with that. What staff, and the reason staff didn't include it was simply a practicality of process. Frankly, it's possible someone could file an application in April, for example, and make it into the process because they did it really well and get everything together and still meet the January 2023 deadline. So in fact, adding that March or April or May could actually cause problems for people who might be able to get through the process, but realistically, that's a very, very narrow window to fit in. So I will say, I'm hesitant to add another option into the mix, but there is one clean and clear option that does exist, and it's used as an industry standard as well, which is to say you have to get your building permits by X date, which basically is either January 1, 2023 or whatever date you choose. And that's the simple answer. Forget about any of the other filing for CDPs, anything. It's just simply, you're taking your chances when you file your application in March, April, May of next year that you may or may not be able to get to that point. So again, that's a possibility as well. But the end result really is, when do you want new construction to have to start to electrify? That's really the question at hand.
Okay, so does anybody have a date in mind? March 2023 for new constructions? Anyone, we're talking a month here, month there, right? Basically. So what's equitable to people who are building and for planners? March 2023.
Sure, why not?
Okay.
Excuse me, you're talking about when construction begins, or the permits have been applied for? Which?
I thought we were talking about when the permit has to be applied for a date.
I was thinking of construction starting. I thought you were talking about construction.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Just tell me, is that a date everyone can agree with? Then construction starts by March 2023. Or electric new construction?
The January 1, 2023 right now exists as building permits are issued by or prior to January 1, 2023. So that's really the question there. They then have sometime 6 months to begin construction, but this is back to that point as people have invested money moving forward and dealing with that. So what this would apply to is if you could get through the entitlements process and have building permits issued prior to January 1, 2023, you can continue to build as you planned. And that could be all electric, it could be mixed fuel.
I'd like to see it stand as is, January 1. I don't see any reason to push it back more.
I concur.
So people, anyone else on council feel it puts any undue burden on anybody to keep it at January 2023?
Yeah, that should be, I mean, I'm okay with that for the construction.
Mayor Road, you all right with that? So I'm assuming there's a yes on that. Yes, we have a 100% consensus on that. Great. So we can check that. Next question.
John, can you maybe, John or Veronica, can you just re-explain line item?
Sorry, I was responding to an to an internal. And
I don't think there's any controversy on the second line, but can you just re-explain line item number 2?
Sure. So this is a pretty simple factor. There are actually quite a few homes that are all electric. This prohibition would apply to those to say,
you can't go backwards.
You know, when it's effective, you cannot go backwards and add natural gas into your house, or to a non-commercial is ultimately as well, but to a residential in this instance.
So that was just a reminder. We didn't hear any comments from council members that there was any desire to change that over what you told us last time.
Right.
Yeah, I'm in favor of it.
So, Mr. Mayor, my suggestion at this point would be to skip down to exchange of appliances. I think you need to talk about that one before you talk about remodels.
Right.
Okay. So again, as written, this ordinance would require replacement of gas appliances when one of two things basically occurred. You chose to replace your appliances. You were doing, you wanted to put a new cooktop in, but you weren't necessarily doing an entire kitchen, but you wanted to replace your cooktop. The ordinance would require an exchange to an electric appliance at that point.
And this also includes burnout, John, correct?
It includes that as well. So voluntary, or in the event that your appliance useful life runs out. So both voluntary replacements and involuntary, basically it wears out.
I'm in favor of taking out all electric new appliances and exchange of appliances, for the time being, assuming we're going to be reviewing this ordinance on a regular basis, as we gather more information and potentially, amalgamate some sort of an education and incentive program. I'd like to just take those out for the time being.
I concur with the Vice Mayor on that.
I agree.
I would like to keep it in, and I would like to see us maybe put a date like January of 2025 in. That gives us 3 years to look at what incentives are available and which are not, but it makes a statement that that's where we're going. And I think it's important that we make that statement. If next year we decide there just aren't enough subsidies for people on low incomes and fixed incomes, and that the cost is prohibitive and the cost of electricity has gone up and gas gone down, et cetera, we can revisit it. But I think it's important to make the statement And I think it's important to set a date that is not going to hurt people, that's not going to cause people immediate harm. So, I heard what Councilmember Jimenez said, and I agree with him. We need to be considering equity. One way to do that is to give us 2 more years, 3 more years, whatever it is, 2025.
I continue to support just taking them out for the time being.
Councilmember Arbette? Oh, wait, Councilmember Penrose, you're talking, Councilmember Penrose, but you're on mute, so.
Sorry.
Okay. But I think we got what you're saying.
There will be more incentives coming down the line. Technology will improve. It's doing it already. Costs are coming down. So I stand by wanting it at January 1, 2025.
Thank you. Councilmember Arbette?
I'm in favor of keeping the way it has been written. If somebody realizes that a gas appliance is going to burn out, this gives a year to understand how to deal with it. That seems enough time to me. And I agree with what Deborah Penrose just said, that things are really going to change. The price of gas is going to go way up. The state is probably going to start prohibiting the sale of certain gas appliances, maybe all of them. And, if it turns out that in the name of equity, we find that, as Joaquin has mentioned, that it's unfair to low-income people, we can revisit the what we do about subsidizing or exempting. But in terms of the fact that we believe I believe that it's really important to make the statement that we have to get rid of fossil fuels. And so the way this ordinance had been written, I'm totally in favor of it. And I think we should keep it the same way it has been drafted.
Thank you. Well, I think the equity issues aren't really clear right now. So I would just rather take this language out now, because we will revisit this. And if all these things come to pass, that all these terrific appliances, and it gets cheaper and cheaper, and gas gets a lot more expensive and electricity doesn't, great. In honor of revisiting, I'm just saying, take it out now, take the stress off people. I think the equity issues are extremely clear to me and weigh really heavily for me. So I will go along with Vice Mayor Ruddock and Councilmember Jimenez on this. So we have a bit of a split on that one. Now we're also, so about, Bob, what were you saying? So
I think what we're suggesting is, now that seems to at least some consensus and direction on that, we can come back to, let's go back to the remodels for as a place with that. So major remodels, we've identified 2 options, one starting and classifying major remodels as 500 square feet, the other at 750 square feet. The ordinance itself right now is drafted at 750 square feet as a placeholder, in essence. We provided some background and understanding just so you can see what those mean and what they deal with it. And certainly from what we've looked at, there is a major difference between 750 and 500, but with the removal of the exchange of appliance provisions and everything, and depending on where you go with minor remodels, there would have some significant implications, perhaps changing and going up to the 750 square feet. So there is something to be said about that threshold in a conversation about that policy-wise.
Right. And as I remember the conversation, we were going between 500 and 1,000. And we landed on 750 when that initial conversation was going on, at least in my recollection.
Yes,
So,
and again, we also, based on the council's recommendation, that was pushed out to be effective January 1, 2025. Now, I will say this, I believe Vice Mayor Ruddick raised a question, of whether basically major remodel really constitutes new construction. And it is not unusual, frankly, in some of the other ordinances we've seen that major remodels of that nature are considered new construction. And so that becomes a question of whether you want to define it that way and apply it to that same January 1, 2023, or remain on your January 1, 2025 delayed implication to that.
Got it. I think Councilmember Penrose had her hand up first on this one, if I saw correctly.
I want to come back to the point that I made a little bit earlier, and that was that even in a small remodel, you may be including a kitchen. A 500 square foot kitchen is not an unreasonable size for a kitchen, in which case in my mind, that's new construction, and that needs to be all electric. I don't have a quibble over the 500 to the 750 square foot thing. I take staff's word on that, but any remodel that includes new appliances should be all electric.
Councilmember Ruddick. Thank you, Councilmember Penrose.
Yeah, I have mixed thinking here. So I certainly see 150 square feet is big enough for me to buy as new construction. I'm a little bit, fuzzy on whether 500 square feet is, but I certainly could consider 500 square feet new construction. I can support 500 if that's where people want to go. I would want to move it up to 2023, however, because a lot of people are doing these sorts of remodels like, right now, with people spending more time working at home and being at home. And I'd like to capture that. So I can do either 750 or 500. I think 500 makes sense because lots of times that involves naturally appliances of some sort. I was thinking, less than 500 feet. I know that there are whole kitchen remodels for less than 500 feet. I mean, there are, 100 and 200 square foot kitchens. If you're doing a whole kitchen remodel, you're tearing out all your cabinets and going to do appliances. I agree with Deborah, get a gas stove. I'm not asking you to do water heating or all that stuff, but if you're doing a whole kitchen remodel, get an electric stove. Replace your gas stove. So I agree with that. And in fact, if you're building a laundry room, I think you should get a, a dryer that uses
electric dryer versus a gas. Is that
heat pump dryer.
John, let me try if you don't mind. So to Councilmember Penrose's point, and am I hearing that the suggestion that we move away from any square footage and in the spirit of making it simpler, if a remodel includes an appliance, that appliance has to be changed out. Would that be a simpler approach?
You're muted, Councilmember Penrose.
Because that's what I think I'm hearing from Councilmember Penrose and Councilmember Ruddick. And that would be simpler, I think, because it's getting very confusing to me. I don't know about other people.
So, by the way, I'm a little hazy. So what if you just replace your refrigerator, which is already electric? Are you saying
No, that's not, no, that's taken care of under exchange of appliances. So John defined exchange of appliance of simply you choose to replace an appliance or it burns out. A remodel is beyond just exchanging out the appliance. So you're doing some kind of remodel. And my suggestion is moving away from the minor major. And if you're remodeling your laundry room, you replace that appliance. If you're remodeling your kitchen, it's that appliance. Whatever the remodel touches, that's what you're required to replace.
But if you're replacing just your cabinets,
then you didn't touch it. Then well, I'm simply proposing it for your consideration. But I thought I heard the suggestion if you're doing a remodel where you're not affecting any gas appliances, I thought I was hearing the suggestion that would be that would be burdensome then to require electrification in that instance.
That's what I said.
Great. No, that's why I just wanted to be clear on that point. Okay.
But that clearly, just to say, your direction prior was that we would require pre-wire only if we're looking at minor remodels, even if they were replacing their stove or whatever with that. So this is a pretty significant policy shift. Don't argue that the good, bad, or otherwise. It's just a shift back around to that point, and perfectly fine. What I will say, and I agree in some ways that it is cleaner and clearer, but the issue being is that we're back to the point where we sort of started in an earlier version and conversation, which is that is only involving the remodels of those affected areas. The idea of the major remodel was that basically you fully electrify everything basically in your house. If you're basically rebuilding your house around it and everything with that, you're going to replace everything and electrify the entirety of the building. So that is a policy shift and a change in the concept there. So you're still, I think, are looking at a major remodel issue if the council wants to fully electrify versus minor remodels, which involves just the appliances and replacement of the appliances as part of a redo of your kitchen or redo of your laundry area or redo of whatever it might be.
I'm reluctant to give up, major remodels, because that's a way to get whole house electrification. And I think that's important. If you're just piecemealing it, you're getting a little bang for the buck on the efficiency of the appliance, but you're not getting, So I want to keep major remodel. My only concern was that if you're actually, very common remodels are whole kitchens in addition of a laundry room. You even have it in your own stats when you were looking at what people did. So it just seemed to me that if you were doing, I just did a kitchen remodel, but I kept my appliance. I have an all electric home, by the way. So, it just makes sense. Although, sometimes you're remodeling your kitchen and the addition of the appliances, you can't afford it. That's another like 10 or 12 grand just for new appliances, So maybe just the original pre-wire of minor remodels is a good way to go. But I do think the major remodel gives us a lot of bang for the buck, and I hate to give that up.
I'd rather define major remodel as 750 feet, not 500. If we're going to do that, and people don't seem to mind that, then I'd rather go with that. Councilmember Jimenez, you had your hand up. Now it's down. Did you want to?
Oh, it was just thinking about the major remodel. If it doesn't involve any change of appliances, then I don't think it will be necessary to replace the appliances. Major remodel could be of the bedrooms, nothing that requires any of the appliances to be replaced. So thinking about what the major remodel is happening. So it has nothing to do with the laundry room, the kitchen, or any heating system, then I don't think it should be required to replace the appliances.
Well, I have an argument for that, and that is if you're adding 2 or 3 new bedrooms, you're increasing, energy demands in your home. You're increasing your water demands, you're increasing your energy demands. And if you're adding to your energy demands in a big way like that, I think you should go to electric. So it's not just an appliance issue, it's an energy demand issue as far as I'm concerned.
Not if you're not touching the kitchen,
If you're heating and water, you're adding water fixtures and you're heating more, you're heating more rooms.
You're adding some vents, you could be just adding vents to an existing furnace. But
if I could just remember, Veronica, can you put the slide in that talks about the size of the remodels? I think it's, let's take a look. I think if you put that back there, so if you look at these, basically when we looked at the types of permits, regardless of really what size, the 500 or 750, you're talking about significant reconfigurations of homes, which involve, almost all of them included kitchen work. They included updates of utilities and various components to their deal. That's the record for 2021. Is these were very major configurations, particularly when you got to 750 square feet. They were almost always touching those areas, the kitchens, the bathrooms, and ultimately because of the energy requirements in the California Green Building Code and energy codes, most of them have to do updates and upgrades to their heating anyway, and deal with that. So frankly, it's probably not a big issue with regard to the fact that having to replace these and deal with it, if you're okay with that, because it's not really adding substantially to what they're already doing in these kind of major reconfigurations. And they're making hundreds of thousands of dollar investment already in it. The percentage and the cost percentage on that becomes a very different figure than I think dealing with the burnout and the retrofit that we're talking about as an equity issue. I think there is a difference, I think, in the equity equation when it comes to these larger remodels and choices that are being made, and what we're seeing in the construction types.
John, so the major remodel, would that be the 750 and more?
That is one of the options. I think the mayor has advocated for 750. I've heard the vice mayor say that she was okay at 500 or 750 square feet.
I would prefer 500, but.
And I'm not
750
about whether it's 500 or 750, as long as we're not talking about putting in new gas stoves and new gas dryers.
Veronica, if you can switch back, I think it'd be helpful. So again, full electrification of major remodels. At the last meeting, the direction was that the remodel would require full electrification starting January 1st, 2025. The question on the table was 500 or 750. Deborah, you're saying the square footage doesn't matter. What it matters, I think you're more concerned about minor remodels. You want to make sure if it's minor and it's a kitchen, they change it out. So we'll get to that in a second, because your previous direction was pre-wire only. But on major remodels, it sounds like we're back where we started from, and we just I think I'm hearing at least 3 people support 500.
And I also heard Vice Mayor Ruddick suggest that the major remodel be effective the same point as new construction in 2023, at least.
I did hear that. That's true. So is that it? Yeah. So we need to know if you want to change the date, and I think we just need to pick. We need to pick 500 or 750. We're going around in circles, I think, a little bit.
$500, January 1, 2023.
500 30 days after adoption of the ordinance.
7:50, January 1st, 2025.
I'm with Joaquin on that.
That's not a bingo.
Harvey?
Okay. 500, January 1st, 2023.
Okay, so there we go.
500 January 1, 2023. Is that where that landed?
Sounds like
I can go along with that.
Sounds like a 3-2 vote on that.
Okay. So now we get to the really easy part. There are the minor remodels.
So this is, I think this is really Councilmember Ruddick's point, because the previous direction was anything minor, which we're now considering under 500 square feet, would only pre-wire. And Councilmember Penrose's point, I mean, was a kitchen could be a 400 square foot remodel. And I heard from Councilmember Penrose, in that situation, she thinks they should have to replace their stove and go electric. So I think that's where we're at. We just need to see if you want to change from where we're at now, which is pre-wire only.
Well, could you have a category of kitchens, that are between X square feet and this square feet will require replacement of appliances? If it's less than, 100 square feet, pre-wire only, something like that. I mean, kitchens are kind of their own thing. That's why I'm asking this.
I would be really hesitant to go to a square footage, but I think you could go to a point where they're replacing all cabinetry or something of that nature. I mean, you can remodel and paint your cabinetry. You can put new flooring in. We'd already exempted flooring. So I think my sense of where things really sit is, if you're coming in and gutting your kitchen, you should put in all electric, is what I think most of the council seems to be landing at. We could make that revision and come back with you, I think, with something you can live with, if that's the direction.
That's good.
Seeing head nods on that. So we'll craft something that meets that intent of a kitchen requiring a change out of the stove.
Now, can I suggest this, that we would continue to pre-wire for like a laundry room or whatever, where we're if we're dealing with a laundry room, to continue with the pre-wiring. If they have a gas appliance in there and dealing with that, leave that be, but pre-wire it as an alternative, or remove the pre-wire entirety and just focus on kitchen. Sorry, Deborah, you're muted.
Focus on any gas appliance, whether it's a dryer or it's a water heater or it's a stove. They're all the same. Okay. So anybody who's going to remodel and is going to get rid of an old gas appliance has to replace it with electric.
Okay. If there's consensus on that, we will revise the ordinance accordingly.
Yeah, I mean, I think, certainly all electric new appliances and the exchange of appliances is really hard to enforce. If you're tying this to, getting remodel permits, it's easier to require, if you're doing your kitchen, put in an electric stove. If you're building a new laundry room,
Okay.
Yeah.
Is consensus on that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like there's 3 votes on that. So that's all.
That's clear, I think.
Thank you, Mayor. So the last one on this chart is the last one in terms of remodel issues is the all electric new appliances. And I'll just put it the simplest. If you're adding, say, a junior ADU within your house, and you're going to put in a new kitchen within the confines of that, or you're putting in a new heating within that area or a separate area with that would be all electric. That's what this ordinance would require. It would be for new appliances where there were no gas or electric appliances. It would require all new electric in areas that were did not have appliances attached to them at all.
Just for the ADU.
For anything.
No, I'm saying it doesn't trigger all electric for the rest of the house. That's
No.
Good. I just want to be clear on that.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. No, thank you. That is good clarity. No, it would just be for the junior ADU if you were going to separate out and put a kitchen, which is a reason why you do an ADU. That would be an all electric kitchen, but it would not kick in an all electric for the rest of the house.
Right.
That stays the same then.
Yes. Okay. So that's our recommendation would be to stay the same, but wanted to make sure that was clear.
Okay.
And then the termination of the gas services sort of applies to both non-residential and residential. This pretty straightforward. We've already indicated that gas lines will not be entirely terminated because they need to be conveyed through. Even if we adopted this, they would not be terminated for certain uses, such as mobile home parks, which are exempt and because of state and statutory requirements, at least as they stand today. So this remains a position. The reason why we would advocate to continue to keep this in one regard is obviously as a statement about your feelings about fossil fuels. But the second reason is this: if you keep and maintain this type of provision in there, it allows us to start a conversation and a transition with PG&E toward improving our the cost per therm really for electric quicker than what otherwise might be there, and that's really the conversation. Basically, what PG&E, for example, will do is make less investment in their gas lines and more investment toward the grid and the electrical grid. If we make this statement, absent this statement, they will continue to operate as status quo until the state steps in and says this is what you're going to do, in essence.
That's good.
So we want to keep the 2045 date, correct?
Yes.
Is that what we're talking about here? Anyone have any problem with that? Good. So
all right, Veronica. All right.
All right, that was easy.
Yeah. So obviously, I hope this is easier because a lot of the groundwork has been laid here, but obviously commercial, when the last time we spoke was a little different anyway, or non-residential. I won't call it commercial, but non-residential. So again, affirming all electric new construction, and the January 1, 2023 is what you did with residential, confirming that that's what you want to do with non-residential.
Yes.
Consensus.
Seeing head nods. So the 500 and moving it up 2 years applies to both, or major remodels?
Prohibition of conversion to mixed fuel, affirmed. We would follow with the major remodels in the same regard. I got the question there is you had pushed out those to 2025. We support that. Just want to make sure that those are affirmed, that we're pushing to 2025. And again, item 3 on the list that we, on the other chart, was the question that at one point you indicated, at least some of you indicated desire to push out delay on commercial kitchens, perhaps beyond the 2025. And we would like some conversation or just a statement that says, no, we're not interested in doing that, affirming with all of you. I think Harvey stated, Councilmember Rarbach stated his position that we should continue with the 2025.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't want to push it out any further than that.
Okay.
That's your 3 votes.
I have a question. Where's the city going to convert the commercial kitchen to all electrical?
That is a cost that we will have to bear by our own obligations to comply with the ordinance. So, 2025 at the latest.
And we would move forward. We would move forward and put the project in the CIP next year, and recommend budgeting the necessary funds to begin moving on the project as soon as feasibly possible. So am I seeing no changes here except for exchange of appliances with the same change that was proposed for residential apply to non-residential? Is that the only one we haven't touched on, John, here?
That would be the only one here that hasn't been touched on with that.
I don't see why we're, the prohibition of conversion to mixed fuel is 2025. Why not make that like, the same as residential?
That's a policy decision.
Are you talking about for commercial?
Yeah,
Yes, for commercial.
She's looking at the second line item, and for residential, what was it? Is it 2023 for residential, or?
It's 2023 for residential.
Can you switch back, Veronica?
The only reason that the reason why I think the council.
No, it's 30 days after adoption for residential.
Oh, 30 days, sorry.
So switch back.
Yeah, the reason why I think the council had landed on the 2025 was sort of that conversation about if a business goes into a tenant space that did not have a gas stove, then would we allow them to go ahead and connect that and have that and make that investment? And that was the conversation that led to the 2025.
I'd rather keep it 2025 and let's just see how that works. I don't really know what the impact on restaurants and businesses are at this point. And then we can always revisit it. At that point, I just feel like, you're going to start pushing out.
I just don't see the point, if you don't have gas now, why let them, change to mixed.
Well, they could just be moved. Well, they might have gas and just want to move across the street to a different location, right? That's what I'm trying to think about. Restaurants move around all the time, different spaces. So what if the new space comes up, you could get a good lease, but it didn't have the hookups that they needed. So it could just be.
Again,
the margins
I'll give you a real life example of what this could apply to. We had the laundry. The laundry went in, Coin Laundry went in next to the Round Table Pizza. And I honestly don't know whether they have gas or electric dryers, but they could have gone in at that point and allowed that. Whether that's a good thing or not, that's kind of that's one of those situations that's a non-restaurant use that may have taken advantage of that conversion to mixed fuel. Again, that may not be the best policy answer if you're looking at fossil fuel reduction.
I just think all the pressure that businesses have been under with COVID and many basically closing down, operating on really tough margins. I'm reluctant to put that extra pressure on. I know businesses that have taken out some pretty substantial loans just to survive. $100,000 here, there, you don't hear a lot about it, but that's how they're surviving and just wagering that they'll be able, there'll be enough of a recovery to stay in business. So I don't know, until that stuff kind of shells out as a COVID issue, I'd rather give it some more time. It just seems to be a lot of unknowns with that. And
okay, I guess you could, the prohibition of conversion, extending that to 2025, major remodels 2025, they could go hand in hand. So I can support keeping it the way it is.
So that's 3 votes in favor of that. Mead, Councilmember Ruddock, Councilmember Jimenez.
Okay. And just confirming exchange of appliances is out.
Right.
Okay. Excellent. So let's go to the 3. Let's go to the exceptions there and affirm those again. Number 1 is the applicability of basically the CARE and the FARA, which are the lower income restricted programs operated. And our recommendation is to apply that to owner occupants simply because a rental situation is not about the tenant because they're paying market rate at that point or they're deed restricted. If they're in a market rate, that there is really no way to apply this to say that the property owner. This is less important probably in the big picture in terms of the rental side, since the exchange issue has been removed from this at this point. So that was really the point that I think was of most concern to rental.
So we can keep those dates, the first one, the second.
These were your initial recommendations across the board on these things. With that, you've certainly heard from commercial greenhouses, and the question is 2030, still the right date for policy-wise on that issue, I'd say.
Yeah, and again, these things can always be revisited, at some later days, but it gives enough time to really get an assessment on the impact of, especially on greenhouse agriculture, so.
Yep. And just to be clear, when we come forward with the climate action plan, there will be a provision, I assure you, in that you will put in it, because I know you're going to tell us to do that. It's basically having an annual review of that, much like we do with the general plan and other documents. And so this will be a perfect time to look at all the implications and all the issues and all the things that have been recommended in the climate action plan. And we can come back each year and evaluate the effectiveness of this and whether we need to reevaluate those things. So I think you will see that on an annual basis.
Sounds good.
Okay.
So I'm not hearing any change to this at all, John. Are you? Nope.
No changes.
Veronica, is there another chart that
there is the three questions?
The three questions. Okay, let's hit those.
I think we addressed all three of these in that discussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think
those have all been dealt with.
I think what's that? I think we have all the edits for each of the provisions.
All right.
So I guess the question I would say for Catherine, we are definitely looking at minimum a second first reading. Are you comfortable with the second first reading?
Yeah, they could. The council could go ahead and make a motion to continue to a date certain.
Okay.
So.
And would the council like a quick summary of the three changes that I heard? I think I captured them all. I could do it pretty quickly.
Okay.
So I heard the following. This is what we'll work on and what will come before you once you make the motion to a date certain. Delete the exchange of appliances or the burnout for both residential and commercial. Major remodel defined as 500 square feet for both. For residential, the date would be moved to January 1st, 2023 from 2025. And then we also heard that our minor remodel would require electrification of whatever appliance that remodel were to touch. Those were the three I heard. Veronica, was there something else they changed, John?
Well, I would just include that we will come back with a little more definition in what's a kitchen remodel in particular.
Yes,
remodel.
We did say we would do that.
A kitchen remodel, but that just understood. We'll have to define that a little better.
We also had changing some dates for the major remodels going into effect for residential in January of 2023.
Yes, I got that. Yep.
And then but the commercial stays the same.
Commercial stayed the same, correct.
Mm-hmm.
I think those are the major issues. Yeah.
So is December 7th enough time to move to have this ready for a second reading?
We
can make that work.
All right, then I move that we adopt the changes that we've discussed, that we have agreed upon, in time for a second reading on a date certain, being December 7th, that next city council meeting.
I'll like to clarify that was I think you might have said second reading, but that would be a motion to continue the public hearing on the first reading to December 7th.
Got it. So a motion to continue the public hearing till December 7th for that second reading. correct?
The first reading.
No, that's first reading, sorry. Right, December 7th, right, got it.
Give a second.
Sorry. Can we have a roll call?
Second.
Okay. Councilmember Rohrbach,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ruddick,
Yes.
and Mayor Brownstone.
Yes.
Motion pass.
Thank you. All right, 3 hours.
Remember, December 7th is Pearl Harbor Day.
Perfect.
As long as everything's electric, man. It's all
It's also my dad's birthday, okay? But
And my dad's birthday too.
okay.
All right.
All right.
Well,
Veronica.
thank you, everyone. Thank you for
next item.
compromising and to move forward. And here we go. The next item is
Mr.
electrical.
Mayor, I've asked staff if we could continue this to the next meeting.
I'd be delighted to second that. Can staff do that?
Certainly.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
What about the rest of our resolutions and staff reports here at 11:15?
Mr. Mayor and members of council, there's 2 items on your agenda. There's the second ordinance, which if that one goes smoother, it would be the first reading on December 7th as well. And so then you would be they'd be in sync and you'd be moving both of them together. So that's not a problem at all to move that one, 2A. The next item, 2B, I'm sorry. And then item 3A is not a public hearing, but it's the item that Councilmember Rohrbach requested at the previous meeting to have a discussion about requiring vaccinations for all employees who work within the city. So your decision whether you'd like to continue that item as well.
Can we continue, Harvey, please?
All right, you got a problem with that? All right. So we are continuing all remaining items till December 7th meeting.
Just for formality's sake, I would suggest a formal motion.
Yes, I'd like
we are continuing an actual notice public hearing on that EVPV ordinance.
Yes, I move that we move our remaining items 2B and items 3A to our next meeting on December 7th. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call.
Councilmember Rohrbach,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ruddick,
Yes.
and Mayor Brownstone.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. Any commission or commission updates? No. That was a dare. No. Okay.
Did I pass? Did I pass? Good.
Any city council reports or items? No. All right. Anything else? Okay. Well, I thank members of the public for participating this evening. And we had some great participation. Thanks for all the input. Thanks to staff for some outstanding staff reports and definitely for helping us track all this electrification stuff. And for John just reminding us of everything we were talking about at the last meeting. And greatly appreciated.
The credit really goes behind the scenes to Veronica.
And to Veronica.
Making it easy and making Bob and I look much better than we actually probably are. And at least me.
Thank you, Veronica, for organizing this and being an exceptional conductor of all this stuff. It's an unbelievable amount of
Make sure you're still there.
No, I appreciate that all. Thank you very much.
That's right. And okay. And also thank you, Bridget, for coming in this evening. And it's quite an evening to come in on.
Excellent.
Great job.
Thank you.
Setting that timer. So
I noticed that Virginia Torreson has her hand raised.
you know, I do notice that.
Well, before we close, that I didn't know if we wanted to allow her to speak or just ask if they would.
It may be a point of order, so maybe we see what.
Yeah, what the heck? Come on, let's see. It might be. Let's hear you, Virginia. What you got?
I just have a general comment. I think it would behoove us all if someone outreached to all of the local restaurants. The restaurant industry works with extremely low margins. And I really don't know of any restaurant that I've ever been to that cooks on electric. You know, I go to San Francisco, Palo Alto, Portola Valley, Half Moon Bay. I don't know if this would result in many restaurants just packing up and leaving Half Moon Bay.
Yes, and that was the point I was making about pushing it out to 2025, not 2023. Let's just see where things stand, because I don't think we do have enough data.
I just don't know what the costs are, and
Yeah, that's what we were saying. I'd like to get more information and assessment, and there might be incredible. Hey, look, there might be incredible progress on, you know, electric restaurant cooking devices that are not cost prohibitive. But I'd like to see it before I believe it. And that's why I wanted to push it out a little more.
And I agree, Virginia. I think we should be talking to business owners and restaurant owners, you know, about, you know, how this affects just those sorts of things, you know, and work with them on it. So we have time.
Hey, Virginia, I could probably help you replace that GFI outlet outside your house if that's what it is. I mean, I'm pretty handy with that.
Get a permit.
You know, I'll have you come over. The other thing is, you know, literally, I do believe there's a shortage of qualified electricians. And, you know, some of these high school students that, you know, are looking for a career opportunity, I think, you know, if they can take a program to become a certified electrician, I think with these type of ordinances going in, that is a tremendous opportunity, because there is a shortage right now of qualified electricians in the Bay, in Half Moon Bay.
And we are fortunate enough to have, living right here in Half Moon Bay, a member of the Brotherhood of Electrical Workers who is, and has also pushed these apprenticeship programs. But yeah, I think it might be an interesting time to have a perhaps less formal apprenticeship programs for certain things that might be done, and you know, that'll be very much in demand. And I think he would love to look at that. So something to consider. Okay, that's it. I think we can call it a night. Thanks everyone for hanging in there. And hey, it could have been worse. We got done by 11:22. Thanks everybody.
Bye. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.